Good evening, my dear friend. You have made it to this quiet moment. The day has closed its heavy door behind you, and now, finally, you are here not to perform, not to fix, not to strive, but simply to rest. You are safe now. You can let go. Tonight, there is no task left unfinished that matters more than this breath. No thought so urgent that it must follow you into sleep. No identity you must carry into this sacred stillness. This is your gentle permission to drop everything, to place the armor down beside the bed, to set the worries down just beside your chest, to place your thoughts in the bowl beside you, like offerings, and let silence collect them one by one. You are not expected to do anything, not even sleep, only to be here and to be held. Let your body soften, let your shoulders drop, let the muscles behind your eyes release, let your breath slow, without needing to be deep or perfect. It only needs to be yours. There is a monk's gate in front of you, carved not from stone, but from stillness, and it opens only for those who are tired of carrying what they were never meant to hold. You have arrived at that gate, and it does not ask your name. It does not ask your accomplishments. It only asks, are you ready to be received? So breathe. Let the quiet welcome you. You are not late. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are on sacred time now. The monks would say, it is not sleep that is sacred. It is the act of surrendering into it. To trust the world enough to let go, to trust yourself enough to disappear into softness. Let the room become a temple. Let the blanket become your robe. Let the sound of your own breath become the bell that chimes at midnight in a monastery that lives in the heart. You are safe. You are whole. You are home. Let go, dear one. Tonight, there is nothing left for you to hold. Only the silence that has been holding you all along. And now, let us begin. The first story awaits. You were wounded, long ago, or maybe just yesterday. Something pierced your spirit. A sharp word, a silence, a leaving, a loss. That was the first arrow. And it was real. The pain, the sting, the fall, none of it imagined. Pain is part of this life. But then something else happened. You touched the wound again and again. You began to think, to question, to wonder what it meant, what you did wrong, why it happened at all. And slowly, you began to believe that the wound was your fault. That was the second arrow, not fired by fate, not sent by the world, but pulled back, aimed, and released by you. The Buddha once said, the first arrow brings pain, but the second brings suffering. And so much of what weighs you down now is not the wound, but the story you wrapped around it. The first arrow was quick, the second never stopped. And so you walk through life carrying the memory of what happened and the weight of what you made it mean. But what if you stopped firing the second arrow? What if pain was allowed to exist without becoming your identity? What if the thought that tortures you is not truth, but habit? Breathe. Just breathe. You've been at war with yourself for so long you forgot what peace feels like. You think if you replay the wound enough, it might not hurt. But the mind is not medicine when it does not know how to stop. So tonight, you are invited to place the bow down. No more arrows. No more punishment. No more inner courtroom where you're both the accused and the judge. There is a difference between pain and self-inflicted suffering. You were hurt, yes, but you don't need to hurt yourself again by reliving it. Let the mind be still now. Let the breath be kind. You are not here to solve what happened. You are here to stop the part of you that keeps hurting you for it. Can you feel the difference between what was done to you and what you do to yourself now? The first cannot be undone, but the second can be released with a single exhale. You've mistaken punishment for protection, but suffering has never kept you safe. So slowly now release the thought, not because it is wrong, but because it is done. The mind wants to revisit the scene, to control it, to explain it, to prepare for next time. But healing doesn't come from more thought. It comes from softening into what's here, not what was. Soften, right here, right now, as you are. No answers, no clarity, just breath. And the deep knowing that the arrow has already passed. You do not need to relive it to respect it. You do not need to suffer to prove you were hurt. You only need to stop shooting the second arrow. The scar will stay, but the war can end. There is a place inside you that has never been wounded. It watches, it breathes, it waits. And when you stop thinking, you meet it. Call it soul, call it peace, call it the silence behind all suffering. You've been tangled in the branches of your own thoughts, searching for a way out. But peace was never found through thinking. It was found when the thinking paused. You do not need to be free from pain to be at peace. You only need to be free from the story that pain became. Let your body remember what it feels like to be safe. Not because nothing hurts, but because you stopped hurting yourself. Rest now. You are not being asked to forget. You are being asked to stop the spiral. Let it go, not as denial, but as mercy. You have suffered enough. The wound does not need to be replayed. The arrow does not need to be pulled twice. Tonight, you lay the weapon down. You remove the armor stitched from overthinking. You return to the quiet where nothing needs to be said, and everything is held. You are safe now, not because the world changed, but because you stopped adding to the ache. And the silence that surrounds you now is not empty. It is kind. It is vast. It is the sound of your own soul finally being heard. So listen to the stillness beneath the thoughts. There is no second arrow, no wound of shame, no story of blame, only breath, only presence, only peace. This is how healing begins, not through solving, but through stopping. Stopping the arrow before it flies, stopping the thought before it hardens, stopping the voice that says, "You must suffer to be worthy." No more. You are worthy now, whole now, here now, and this moment is the only one that asks for you. Let the others pass. They are shadows flickering on the walls of memory. You do not have to follow them. Come back to the soft floor beneath you, to the sound of this voice, to the rhythm of your breath. Every time the second arrow tries to rise, choose stillness, choose mercy. You don't owe your suffering anything, not even your attention. Be here, with the pain that is real but without the suffering that is optional. You are learning the sacred art of staying, of not leaving yourself in search of answers, of not running from the wound by returning to it in thought. You are learning how to let pain pass without making it your name. Tonight, you are not wounded, you are not broken. You are simply a being, remembering that peace begins when the second arrow ends. So breathe and stop. Let that be your healing. Let that be enough. You are full, not full of peace, not full of light, but full of thought. You came here carrying so much, and not just from today. You carry old voices, unfinished moments, regrets you no longer believe in, but haven't let go of. You try to sleep, but the mind will not let you. It spins like a pot, never removed from fire, boiling and bubbling long after it's needed. You think too much. You know this. You've tried to stop. But how do you empty something you're afraid to lose? Let me tell you a story. A student came to a Zen master, eager to learn. He had read the sutras, recited the chants, collected philosophies. He said, "Teach me wisdom." The master nodded and began to pour tea. The cup filled and kept filling. The tea spilled over the edge and onto the floor. Still, the master poured. "Stop," the student cried. "It's overflowing. No more can go in." The master looked up and said, "Like this cup, you are full of your own ideas, opinions, beliefs. How can I give you anything unless you first empty your cup?" So, what have you filled your cup with? Maybe it's the fear of not being enough, the need to explain, the habit of analyzing every word, every silence, every pause that someone left behind. You try to manage the world by predicting it, but prediction is not peace, and control is not love. So tonight, your only task is to begin emptying the cup. Not all at once, not forcefully, but one drop at a time, with breath, with stillness, with humility. You don't need to be smart here. You don't need to be wise. You only need to be willing to hold a little less. Let your thoughts float to the surface, not so they can be answered, but so they can rise and dissolve. You do not have to carry them all. The mind tells you that thinking will protect you. But sometimes, what protects you is surrender. And sometimes, not knowing is the most sacred thing in the world. You have poured so much into yourself, lessons, labels, expectations, and always, the pressure to understand. The cup is no longer just full, it's spilling into your rest, into your breath, into the space where dreams should be. What if peace isn't found by adding more wisdom, but by removing what no longer serves? The mind believes that rest comes when everything is resolved. But life is never resolved. It is lived, and lived best with an open hand. Release the tight grip, release the clenched jaw, release the spinning logic that keeps you from sleep. Imagine the cup now, your cup, held in your hands, still warm, still trembling, but beginning to slow. Breathe into it. See the surface ripple with each inhale. Let each exhale tip the edge just enough for a single drop to fall. You don't need to pour out the whole cup tonight. Just a little, just enough to remember, you are not your thoughts. You are the space beneath the cup, the stillness that remains once the overflowing ends. Let go of the belief that understanding everything will finally let you rest. Understanding is a heavy tea, and you've drunk too much. Now let it be. Let it settle. Let it steep in stillness. There is no test tomorrow, no final exam in the temple of peace. There is only this, your breath, your being, your willingness to let go. The mind may whisper, but what if? Let it. You do not need to answer. You do not need to follow. You are not the servant of every passing thought. You are the one who watches. And tonight, you are watching the cup empty, softly, slowly, lovingly. Emptying is not easy. It feels like forgetting, like loosening your grip on something that once defined you. But that's the illusion that your thoughts are who you are. You are not the contents of the cup. You are the vessel itself, shaped by breath, carved by stillness, held together by silence. Let the tea spill. Let the thoughts spill. Let the old conversations and mental rehearsals drip down the sides and away. This moment requires no performance, no answers, no insight. You are enough without carrying anything. Let your chest rise and fall as if each breath is a hand wiping the surface clean. You've held on to ideas because they made you feel safe, but sometimes they only made you feel busy. There is a difference between full and fulfilled. Tonight, you are not here to be full. You are here to be clear. So clear that light passes through you. So clear that stillness becomes your shape. The cup does not beg to be filled. It waits. It trusts that whatever comes will come in time. Can you trust that too? Can you trust that peace will pour itself into you once you've made space? Breathe. Let go. Become light again. Not because you have the answer, but because you're no longer carrying the question. There is something holy about not knowing. To say, I don't know, is not weakness. It is the gateway to grace. You've spent so long pretending to be certain, trying to explain yourself to others, to yourself. But the soul never needed explanation, only presence. Tonight, you stop performing, you stop proving, you stop pouring more into a cup already full. You are not late. You are not behind. You are simply learning how to carry less. The mind may return insistent, clever, demanding. Let it speak, but do not answer. Let it visit, but do not open the door. You are not its host tonight. You are not its prisoner. You are the watcher, the listener, the silent monk in the back of the temple who bows to every thought but does not follow. Let your humility become a cradle. Let your breath rock you like water. You do not need to be brilliant. You do not need to impress the night. You only need to be like the empty cup, ready, receptive, at peace. Now that the cup is empty, let it stay still. Let it rest in your palms like a sacred thing. You've done enough. Not by achieving, but by releasing. And now the silence enters, not as a sound, but as a presence, not as absence, but as completion. This is the part where no words are needed, where nothing more is asked of you. This is the peace that waits in the emptiness, not to fix you, but to hold you. Let it hold you. Let it fill you not with ideas, but with quiet. Sleep is near now, not because you've solved everything, but because you stop trying to. Like a monk bowing to the empty cup, you too bow now to the simplicity of rest, to the enoughness of being, to the gentle art of no longer needing more. The world may still be loud, but inside you are becoming quiet. And that quiet is everything. Sleep may come, or it may not. That is no longer your concern. Your only task is to remain empty, to remain open, to remain kind to yourself. You are not broken. You were simply too full. And now, you are free. Let the cup sit in silence. Let the breath move slowly. Let the night carry you into whatever dream comes next, not with fear, but with stillness. You are the cup that emptied itself, and that is enough. You've made it this far, not by accident, not by luck, but by building a raft from everything you've learned just to stay afloat. You gathered teachings, you collected tools, you practiced stillness, and sometimes failed. You tried to forgive, but often remembered. You listened to wisdom, and sometimes misunderstood it. But still, you came here, across waters of fear, across tides of uncertainty, across waves of your own mind. You built a raft, maybe out of hope, maybe out of desperation, maybe out of broken pieces you turned into strength, and it carried you. It brought you here, to this quiet shore. But now, the journey is not forward, it is inward. And this part of the path asks something harder than building. It asks you to let go, to leave the raft behind. The Buddha once spoke of a man who crossed a great river on a raft he built himself. He reached the other side safely, but then he wondered, should I carry the raft with me on my back as I continue my path? Of course not, the Buddha smiled. It was meant to help you cross, not to burden you after. And so it is, with all things, even teachings, even wisdom, even truth. You are not meant to carry it all forever. Even the most sacred path must one day dissolve into your own breath. Let go of the raft. Not because it wasn't good, but because it has done its job. Let go of the questions that kept you awake. Let go of the answers you tried to force. You do not need to explain yourself to the night. Tonight is not for searching, it is for surrender. You've spent enough time trying to understand, but understanding is not the door, it is the wait. Real peace is not a result of knowing, it's what remains when knowing is no longer needed. So breathe now, as if each breath is a hand loosening the rope. Undo the knots, unwrap the memories, untie the story. The raft is not who you are, It was only how you arrived. Let the parts of you that were made for survival dissolve into gentleness. You don't need to row anymore. The river is behind you. The shore is under your feet. You have arrived. And arrival means you no longer have to fight the current. You no longer have to grip the oar. You no longer have to prove that you deserve to be carried. Release it. Let it rest on the sand. Let the water take it back. You are not abandoning it. You are honoring it by not turning it into a prison. Even the raft must return to the river. Even the path must lead to silence. What happens when you are no longer traveling, no longer reaching, no longer chasing clarity like a lantern just out of reach? What happens when you sit with no destination, no map, no strategy, just yourself, and the breath that has waited patiently to be heard? You are free. And freedom does not always feel exciting. Sometimes it feels empty, strange, quiet. But quiet is not absence. It is presence, without the noise of needing more. You thought the raft was your safety. You thought the wisdom was your identity. But wisdom becomes weight when you forget how to set it down. The truth is not something you hold. It's something that holds you once you stop gripping. The student bows, the teacher smiles, and then both vanish. All that remains is this moment, this breath, not to be used, not to be shaped, just to be. Let your body fall into that softness. Let your mind unravel in that ease. You are not expected to keep everything you've ever learned. Even the greatest truths must be dropped like a pebble in the river if they keep you from resting. This is not disrespect. It is trust. Trust that your soul remembers what your mind forgets. Trust that peace does not need a lesson. It only needs space. So give yourself that space now. A space where nothing is carried, not even the raft, not even the name you once called yourself. Only breath, only presence, only here. Now, the raft is gone, and you are not broken. You are not lost. You are lighter, because all the sacred weight has been set down, and what remains is not emptiness, but freedom. Freedom from the need to be right, freedom from the chase to be healed, freedom from the idea that sleep must come after everything makes sense. Let sleep come because you stopped trying. Let peace enter because you no longer blocked the door. Even your spiritual path was never meant to be carried forever. It was meant to dissolve into your body, not hover above you as another thing to manage. You are no longer learning. You are remembering. That's what rest is. A return to the part of you that knew peace before you knew effort. You are not empty because you let go. You are whole because you are no longer split between the one who rows and the one who watches. Now you are just watching. Now you are just being. Now you are just breath. No teaching, no striving, no raft, just stillness. And that is the shore. This is the place where monks sleep with open palms, where wind passes through the trees and nothing resists, where the voice fades into the hum of presence, and where you who carried so much, finally lay down beside the river and do not rise until morning. You have arrived, and there is nothing else to carry. Let the raft stay behind. Let the water take it. You don't need it anymore. There is a thought that keeps returning. You know the one. It visits most often at night, when the world is quiet and your body tries to soften. It waits until the lights are off. Then it rises, persistent, familiar, heavy. It is not the kind of thought that screams. It whispers, softly, endlessly. What if? Why did I? What happens when? You've carried it for so long you may think it's part of you, but it's not. It's only a leaf caught in wind. And tonight, you will let it go. There is a parable told in many temples, passed between monks like a sacred breath. A young monk came to his teacher with eyes full of frustration. "Master," he said, "I cannot sleep. There is a thought in my mind that will not leave me." The master nodded. He motioned for the monk to follow. They walked together to the top of a hill where the wind moved freely. "Now," said the teacher, "bring the thought to your tongue. Say it aloud." The monk whispered it. A secret wound, a regret, a worry. The teacher closed his eyes and spoke softly. "Now, give it to the wind." The monk looked confused, but the master only repeated, "Give it to the wind." So the monk exhaled, gently, willingly, and they stood there together, watching the wind carry something that once felt too heavy to name. Let the wind arrive now, not outside, but within. A breeze that begins at the base of your spine, spiraling upward like a kind breath of silence. It does not push, it does not force. It waits until you're ready to loosen your grip. You are ready. Think of the thought that stays, the one that loops, the one that wears a familiar shape. You don't need to fight it. You don't need to fear it. Just witness it. Name it quietly, without judgment. I see you. I know you're here. I've carried you long enough. Breathe now. Inhale, allow. Exhale, release. And as you breathe, picture the wind gathering, not like a storm, but like a dance. Soft, curious, compassionate. It curls around your ribs, brushes your temples, moves through your chest like a silent stream of mercy. Let it gather your thought gently into its arms. Let it swirl like smoke from incense lifting into open space. You do not have to know where it's going. You only have to trust that it no longer belongs inside you. Let it drift now. Let it go, as if it were never yours. Because maybe, just maybe, it never was. The wind has taken the thought, but the mind still reaches for it. That's okay. It's not disobedient. It's just habit. You've taught your mind to hold on. Now, you're teaching it how to let go, not all at once, but in waves, in moments, in breaths. Breathe again. Let your breath widen into the sky, not the sky above you, the sky within you, a spaciousness without ceiling or end, a sky that does not cling to a single cloud. Be that. You do not need to be a thinker tonight. You are a sky watching the weather change. Thoughts come, let them. Thoughts go, let them. You do not need to chase them or explain them or follow their shape. They are not yours to hold. They are not you. You are the silence they pass through. You are the breath beneath their noise. The wind does not fight the cloud. It moves around it, through it, beyond it. Be like that. There is peace in knowing the thought may return, and still you do not have to keep it. Tonight, every time it rises, just give it again to the wind. You are almost gone now, not lost, but softened. The thought has loosened. The wind has grown steady, and your body, your beautiful, aching body, has begun to rest. There's no need to hold anything anymore. No plan, no label, no conclusion. Just drifting, like a feather released from the hand of the divine. The sky holds everything, but it clutches nothing. Be like that, held, but free. The monk who stood on the hilltop went back to his bed and slept for the first time in weeks. Not because the thought was solved, but because it was surrendered. Let that be your path tonight. No solving, only surrender. You are not weak for wanting to be free. You are wise for knowing what no longer needs to stay. The breath slows now. The room fades. Even this voice is growing distant, but the silence remains. And within it, the wind still moves, carrying whatever still tries to cling. Let it take the final piece. Let it lift the last shape of doubt. And let sleep arrive, not like a descent, but like a returning to the sky that never left you. You are the sky. You are the wind. You are the breath. And the thought is gone. There is something inside you that does not speak. It does not argue. It does not try to be heard. It simply watches. It watched you as a child when you cried without understanding. It watched you in silence when your mind screamed for control. It watched you in joy, and it did not cling. It watched you in pain, and it did not resist. There is a part of you that has never been reactive, a flame that has never flickered in response to noise, a witness that lives behind the curtain of every thought, not above you, not beneath you, but within you. Call it awareness, call it presence, call it the candle in the center of your temple. It has always been there, not to fix, not to judge, but to see. And tonight, you are invited to sit beside it, not to be rid of your anxiety, not to defeat your thoughts, not to clear your mind, but to become the one who simply watches. There was a monk once, not a famous one, not a teacher, just a quiet monk who had lived most of his life in silence. No robes of rank, no followers, just a single room with a mat, and one candle placed in the center of a stone floor. Every evening after sunset, he would light that candle. Then he would sit in front of it, hands in his lap, and breathe. He did not call it meditation. He did not call it prayer. He just sat. He watched the flame the way one might watch the ocean. He listened to the wax as it softened, to the wick as it trembled, to the warmth on his cheeks as the world grew cold. And in doing so, he began to see something that cannot be taught. That awareness itself, pure, silent awareness, is enough. Enough to hold sorrow without trying to end it. Enough to see thought without falling into it. Enough to sit in the presence of a mind that wants to run, and to simply say, "I see you." The candle never told him what to do. It never changed its shape. It only stayed where it was burning, waiting, witnessing, and slowly he became the same. You see, there is a quiet shift that happens when you stop treating your experience like a problem. Not everything needs to be processed. Not everything needs to be released. Not everything needs to be let go. Sometimes, the deepest healing is in the moment you decide not to interfere, and that is the gift of the candle. Not light, not clarity, but a kind of sacred stillness that says, "I will not look away." So tonight, as you lie down, as your thoughts begin to pull and wander, you are not here to control them. You are here to become the one who sees. Place the candle in your mind, a small flame at the center of a vast, dark room. Don't ask it to grow. Don't ask it to shine. Just let it be what it is. A presence, a glow, a soft reminder that you are not the storm, but the space it moves through. Breathe, not to change your state, but to remember you are already whole, even as things move within you. This is not about escaping. It is about sitting still while everything else forgets how. The world outside is spinning. Your mind might be too. But somewhere in you, this candle remains, unmoved, unbothered, unbroken. It is not trying to solve your anxiety. It is not trying to make you fall asleep. It is simply here, and so are you. That is enough. The candle flickers, but it does not go out. No matter how many thoughts rise like wind, no matter how loud the mind becomes, it still holds. It still glows. That is the nature of awareness. It is not shaken by emotion. It is not clouded by overthinking. It does not panic when fear arises. But the mind, it tries. It rushes in, arms full of opinions. What was that sound? Did I do the right thing? What if tomorrow goes wrong? It offers you every possible version of reality except this one, the one you're already living. The one where nothing has actually happened yet. The one where your only job is to be here. Now, let the candle remain. Let the thoughts rise like wind. This is not a battle. There are no enemies in you. The thoughts are not mistakes. They are weather. They are wind passing through a house with many windows. But you are the one who notices without reacting. You are not the wind. You are not the windows. You are the still center where the flame continues to burn. Return to that. over and over again. Every time the mind tries to convince you that something must be done, some answer found, some outcome-controlled smile softly. Let the flame be your reply. Let the breath be your anchor. Let the silence be your truth. The monk once had a night where everything in his mind rebelled. His thoughts were loud, his fears sharp, his inner voice critical and cruel. He tried everything, breathing slower, sitting longer, whispering mantras, but still the mind fought him. So finally he stopped. He opened his eyes, and there was the candle, unchanged. It had not resisted. It had not judged. It had simply burned in the face of every thought. And he realized that is what he must become. Not a warrior fighting the mind, but a light that does not go out just because the room grows noisy. You can do that too, not by forcing the mind to quiet, but by letting it be noisy while you stay still. The breath continues, the body softens, and through it all, the flame remains. Let the thoughts come, let them swirl, let them say everything they need to, but do not bow to them, do not follow them down dark corridors, just stay with the flame, the quiet, the breath. When your body tenses, see it. When your chest tightens, notice it. When your thoughts scream, listen without reacting. This is the sacred art of sitting with what is. No fixing, no fleeing, no fighting, just breathing in the presence of your own life. Like the monk, you will find that nothing you try to force ever truly helps. But everything you allow begins to soften on its own. That is the path. Let the candle light the room exactly as it is, no brighter, no dimmer, no different. And let yourself be lit too, not with the light of perfection, but with the light of presence. You are not failing because your mind is active. You are not doing it wrong because thoughts return. You are practicing the deepest kind of compassion, witnessing without judgment. That is what the candle teaches. That is what you are here to remember. So when the mind rises, don't run, don't wrestle. Return to the candle, to the breath, to the one who watches and never leaves. There is no storm greater than the stillness inside you. Let that be the truth that rocks you gently toward rest. It is not just the mind that stirs. The body remembers too. It stores things in places you forgot to look. Anxiety in the chest, tension in the throat, a heaviness in the belly that has no name, only weight. And yet, even here, the candle waits. Still burning, still watching, still untouched. You are not alone in this body. You are not trapped inside it. You are not its mistakes. You are the one who can feel discomfort without identifying with it. You are the one who can say, I notice this, instead of, I am this. Close your eyes if they aren't already. Picture the flame. Now place it not in your mind but in the center of your chest. It doesn't burn you. It doesn't hurt. It simply glows. Like memory, like kindness, like a reminder of something ancient you almost forgot. Let that soft light rest right where the tightness is, not to push it out, not to erase it, but to be with it. To witness the ache without asking it to disappear. There is a kind of healing that happens only when you stop resisting. That is what the monk learned over years and years of sitting. He stopped treating his pain like an enemy. He began to greet it like an old visitor who had stories to tell. Some nights it came as fear, other nights as grief. Often it wore no name at all, but always he welcomed it. He did not invite it to stay forever, but he did not push it out the door. And in that space of gentle witnessing, the pain softened, the ache uncoiled, the flame grew warmer. This is the posture of peace, not control, but company. To be present with what arises without losing your shape. You have carried so much, silently, skillfully. You've learned how to hide your anxiety behind calmness, how to hold it in your belly while smiling, how to push through it as if it were just fog. But tonight, you do not need to push. You do not need to hide. You do not need to pretend. You can sit beside it, like the monk did, with the candle still lit, with the breath still steady, and you may find the moment you no longer try to get rid of the feeling, it begins to move on its own, like a child that only needed to be seen, like a wave that only wanted to rise and fall. Breathe into the places that feel too full. Exhale slowly, not to empty them, but to stay with them. You do not need more effort, you need more presence. And presence is effortless when it is rooted in care. So care for this moment, not by fixing it, but by being faithful to it. Let your jaw relax. Let your shoulders fall. Let your belly rise without pulling in. You do not have to hold anything together. Not right now. The candle is holding it for you. And when the next thought comes, let it come. But do not reach for it. Let it pass like a shadow across a wall, seen but not clung to. This is what the candle teaches. You do not have to be more peaceful. You do not have to reach some special state. You are already in the presence of something sacred because you are here, because you are aware, because you are willing to stay when it would be easier to run. That is the light that lives in you, and tonight you sit beside it without needing it to do anything but be. Somewhere in the great silence, long after the last thought tried to speak, there is a breath you haven't met yet. It lives at the edge of letting go. It waits for you like a final companion, not to lead you anywhere, but to walk beside you as you arrive. The candle is still here, unmoving, unjudging, unchanging. You've watched your thoughts come and go. You've noticed the tension soften. You've allowed the body to be what it is, a soft field of sensation, no longer a battlefield. Now, the candle begins its final teaching. How to be with nothing, not the absence of life, but the quiet presence of everything you once chased, now sitting still beside you. The monk grew old. He never became famous. He never wrote a single scroll. He simply lit his candle each night and sat. And when his body began to fade, he told the younger monks only this: when you no longer know what to do, don't do. Sit with the flame. It will not speak, but it will outlast every storm in you. And so they did. They passed the candle from hand to hand, never changing the room, never adding more light, only honoring what it means to remain. You are doing that now. You are remaining. You are not chasing peace. You are practicing stillness, even when peace is far. And in doing so, you become something stronger than peace. You become presence itself. The anxiety that clung to your breath has loosened its hold, not because you solved it, but because you stopped holding it so tightly. And the thought that looped, that wound around your chest like wire, it has grown tired. It knows now that you will not feed it with fear. You are no longer its captive, you are its witness. And what we witness with gentleness tends to lose its sharpness. It softens because we do. Now your mind begins to fall into rhythm, like waves that no longer try to impress the shore, like wind that has found no tree to shake. You may not notice it at first, but something inside you has already quieted, not because you pushed, not because you tried, but because you stayed. You stayed long enough to meet the silence beneath the story. You stayed long enough to see that you are not the pain. You are the one who noticed it, breathed with it, sat beside it, and did not look away. That is not small. That is not subtle. That is transformation. The monk did not become enlightened one day. He simply became kind to the moment, to his mind, to the flame, and the candle lit him from within. Tonight, it lights you too. There is nothing more to understand. There is no final thought you must have before you drift. Let this moment be enough. Let this breath be your last question before sleep begins to answer in a language you do not need to know. If more thoughts come, you will not resist them. You will not embrace them. You will watch them as the candle watches silently, patiently, without need. And in that watching, you will remember that you were never broken, just distracted, just overwhelmed, just tired from carrying what you didn't need. But now, you are empty, still, lit. The room inside you glows. The breath moves on its own. The flame does not beg for attention. It simply lives, and so do you. No longer trying to be anything, no longer trying to feel anything. Just here, just this. The candle stays lit as your mind fades into softness, as your body surrenders to the slow, as your soul rests not in knowledge, not in perfection, but in presence. You have remembered. You are the flame. You are the one who watched, and you are the quiet that stayed. Now, rest. There is nothing left to see. The candle will keep watching for you. You may sleep, and it will not go out. There is a sound you haven't heard yet tonight. Not the silence, not the mind, not even your breath, but a song. A soft one, still far off like a memory, not quite remembered. It hasn't arrived yet, but it's coming. Not because you earned it, not because you asked, but because the sun always returns. And before it rises, there is always one who sings, a bird. Hidden in the dark, it opens its throat long before the first light cracks the sky. No spotlight, no audience, just the cold air and a quiet faith. It sings because it knows the dawn will come, even if the forest doesn't believe it yet, even if the world still sleeps in shadow, even if the wind says, not yet. The bird sings anyway, and tonight, so can you. Not with words, not with force, but with breath, with softness, with trust that something brighter is on its way. Maybe not this hour, maybe not even tomorrow, but it will come. Because life moves in cycles, because light is faithful, because no night lasts forever. The monks in the old forests used to say, if you wake before the light, listen. They believed the soul hears what the mind cannot when the sky is still dark, and what it hears is the sound of becoming, the hush before rebirth, the breath before return, the fragile promise hidden inside the dark. You don't need to feel hopeful to receive it. Hope is not a feeling, it is a practice, like breathing, like listening, like trusting that just because you cannot see it yet, doesn't mean it isn't already on its way. So lie here now with your breath and your body and your quiet. There is nothing wrong with the dark. There is only something waiting to arrive, and something in you already knows how to wait. The forest is still. Even the stars seem to have stepped back. But deep within the branches, beneath layers of silence, a small bird waits. You wouldn't notice her. She's not loud. She's not colorful. But she carries something the night cannot take a note. A note she's held for years, for generations, passed from her mother and her mother before that. A note meant to be sung when all the world is still asleep. She doesn't know how long the darkness will last. She doesn't ask. She only knows that light always follows. And so she breathes in the cold. She listens to the trees. She watches the edge of the sky as it softens. And then, without needing a reason, she opens her beak and sings. It is not a loud song, not a perfect one, but it's real. And it's enough to tell the forest. The sun is on its way, even if no one claps, even if no one hears. She sings, because hope doesn't wait for the world to approve. It sings because it must. So what about you? What part of you is holding that note? The one that doesn't make sense. The one that rises despite fear. The one that wants to believe again. Can you feel it? Somewhere beneath the weight, beneath the doubt, beneath the long night, something still believes. It's faint, maybe, but it's alive. That's all it takes. You don't have to fix everything tonight. You don't have to find the light. You only have to stop silencing that tiny note inside you that says, I still trust. Not in the mind, not in the plan, but in life itself. In something beyond explanation, in the morning that always finds its way back through the dark. Let the body soften, let the breath find rhythm, let your heart hum its small, sacred song. Even if it's only a whisper, it still counts. It still reaches. It still rises. There are sounds that do not belong to the daylight. They are too soft, too sacred, too ancient. They come from a place before time, before language, before the sun knew your name. The song of the early bird is one of them. And tonight, you are one of them too. Not because you are strong, not because you are ready, but because something in you has already begun to sing, quietly, humbly, from beneath the layers of weariness. You may not notice it, but it's there. The moment you stopped resisting the dark, it began. Hope doesn't need proof, it just needs a place to land. You are that place. Even now, as you lie here, your heart has not given up. It beats, it listens, it waits. And in that waiting, you are becoming new. The monks would say, you cannot force the dawn, but you can ready your soul to meet it. You are doing that now. With every breath, you are making space for the light that will come. Not because you demand it, but because you remember. Remember the times you didn't think you'd make it through and did. Remember the days you thought would never end and did. Remember the ache that once filled you and how it softened without warning. These are not just memories. They are evidence that you were built for return, that you are not alone in this rhythm. That light is part of your nature, even when you feel lost. So, sing, not with sound, but with surrender. Let your body become the instrument of trust. Let your stillness become a voice. Let your breath become a bridge from this moment to the morning. You are not waiting for the sun. You are welcoming it, one silent note at a time. The sky hasn't changed yet, but something inside you has. The bird's song is soft now, reverent, almost invisible. Not because it is weak, but because it no longer needs to prove itself. Hope doesn't always roar. Sometimes it sits in silence, watching the edge of the sky with open eyes. You have become that bird. You are no longer afraid of the dark. You know it's only half the story. The rest is unfolding in you, through you, because of you. There's a light not far from here. You don't need to chase it. You just need to stay long enough to receive it. This is what the bird teaches. You don't need to see the future to trust that it's real. You don't need to know how to begin again. You only need to be willing to stay open long enough for the first warmth to brush your skin. And when it comes, it won't need a trumpet. It won't need a sign. It will arrive like a breath you forgot was possible, like the sound of your own soul saying, I remember. The bird will fall silent then. Not because it is gone, but because it is satisfied. It sang before the sun, and the sun heard it. Now it rests. In the branches, in the stillness, in the peace that follows knowing. You too may rest now, not because the light has arrived, but because it is near, because you are ready, because you've already begun to glow. Let sleep find you like the light finds the bird with no resistance. Let the new day come in its own time. You don't have to reach for it. It's already on its way. And when it rises, you will be there, already awake, already singing, because you never stopped believing in what could return. And that is what makes you light. There once was a monk who was loved by everyone, not because he was wise, not because he gave great teachings, not because he walked barefoot through the forest without stirring a leaf, but because he snored, loudly, joyfully, unapologetically. Every time the head monk gave a sermon, every time the bell was rung, every time enlightenment itself sat in the room, this monk would drift off, head bobbing, mouth gently open, dreaming of who knows what. And what did the others do? They tried not to laugh. They sat up straighter. They deepened their breath. They focused on the still point between thoughts, while he let go. There is something undeniably pure about someone who has given up trying to look spiritual, and that was him, the sleeping monk. When the master was asked why he didn't correct the young man, he only smiled and said, "He's closer than the rest of you." The others gasped. "What do you mean closer? He doesn't chant. He doesn't bow. He doesn't even stay awake." "Exactly," the master said. "He doesn't interfere. He's not trying to improve the moment. He lets the moment be. And sometimes the moment is sleep." The forest temple buzzed with confusion for days. But the monk slept through all of it. And the next morning, as the others tightened their robes and practiced concentration, he curled up under the Bodhi tree and dreamed of clouds. Maybe you've been like that monk. Maybe you've come here tonight with the hope of becoming peaceful, but instead feel tired. Maybe your mind wandered during meditation. Maybe your posture collapsed. Maybe your spiritual practice became a pillow. Good. You're not broken. You're not lazy. You're not failing. You're becoming just like the monk, the one who knew when it was time to stop pretending and let sleep teach him what words never could. So, if your body feels heavy tonight, let it. If your mind is slow, don't wake it up. If your breath is shallow, just follow it down into the soft quiet where no one's watching. Even enlightenment, whatever that is, can wait. Let it find you snoring under a tree with no goals left to chase. That might be the holiest thing you do. The story goes that one evening, as the full moon rose over the monastery, the master gave a rare teaching. The students gathered, eager. Some sat with perfect posture, others clutched their journals, but our sleeping monk, he wrapped himself in his robe, found the warmest patch of earth, and promptly nodded off. The master glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. Hours passed. The teaching flowed. Sanskrit verses were quoted. Koans were given. Silence was observed. And still he slept. When it ended, the students bowed. One whispered, "Should we wake him?" The master shook his head. "No," he said. He received what he needed. "But he didn't hear anything." The master looked up at the moon and replied, "Maybe he didn't need to." What a thought. That maybe some truths don't enter through the ears, but through the body, the breath, the courage to stop trying. You've spent so much of your life trying to pay attention, trying to stay awake, trying to be present. But what if the presence you seek is already here? Not in focus, not in discipline, but in surrender. We tend to worship the alert mind. The monk sitting straight-backed on a cushion, the person who gets it. But the sleeping monk, he trusted something deeper, that the ground could hold him, that the breath would continue, that the truth didn't need him to chase it. He didn't resist rest. He didn't fear missing out. He didn't try to stay relevant. He let go, fully, without ceremony. And in doing so, he became a ceremony all his own. What if your need for rest is not an interruption of your practice, but your practice itself? What if sleep isn't the absence of awareness, but a return to something more sacred than thought could ever reach? Tonight, you are not required to remember anything. You are not asked to rise to any occasion. You may simply rest. And while you do, something quiet and eternal will continue its work inside you, without notes, without striving, without a single word. Like a teaching that wasn't meant to be heard, but felt. Years passed. The monk grew older. So did the others. The temple remained the same: bamboo walls, stone floors, morning bells, and still he slept. He slept through lightning storms. He slept through chanting. He even once slept through a fire drill. No one questioned it anymore. They'd grown to love it. Some would even say there was something holy about the way he napped, like a cat in a sunbeam, like the earth itself taking its time. One afternoon, a new student arrived, eager, sharp, filled with ambition. He asked the master, "What should I study first?" The master pointed to the sleeping monk and said, "Start there." The student was confused. "You mean I should sleep?" "No," the master said. "I mean you should notice how little he resists being alive." There is a reason that lesson mattered. It wasn't about laziness. It was about trust. The monk had no guilt. He didn't apologize for being tired. He didn't force wakefulness when his body begged for rest. He trusted the moment, even when it looked like nothing. Can you do that? Can you stop measuring your value by your productivity? Can you let the silence carry you instead of filling it? Sleep is not a failure of awareness. It is the soft edge of wholeness, where your breath becomes prayer simply by continuing, where your body remembers it doesn't need to do more to be loved. Tonight, you do not have to stay conscious. You do not have to attain insight. You do not have to understand. The deeper practice now is rest, the kind of rest that lets go of guilt, the kind that says, "I trust this," the kind that knows if the mind wanders, if it forgets the breath, if it falls into dreams, the sky will still be there when you wake. And maybe so will the teaching. The master himself grew old. His steps slowed. His robes faded. His teachings softened. And one day he called the monks together. They sat before him, older, wiser, many with grey hair and softer eyes. Even the sleeping monk was there, not surprisingly, dozing in the back. The master looked out and said, "I've spent my life teaching, but the one who showed me the most never spoke." Heads turned. He pointed to the monk, gently snoring. "While the rest of you sought answers," he said, "he trusted the silence." And then he lay down, right there. In the middle of the teaching hall, he placed one hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. No final words, no secret transmission, no enlightenment fireworks, just sleep. And in that, a teaching bigger than any koan, because real wisdom isn't always loud. It doesn't always arrive through revelation. Sometimes it comes like a nap, quiet, unforced, complete. You don't need to wake up tonight. You've done enough of that already. Maybe the greatest thing you can do now is what you've resisted all day. Close your eyes, release the role, and become no one in particular. Just a soul wrapped in a body, floating in sleep, lit by a truth too soft for language. The breath continues, the candle flickers low, and somewhere inside you, the lesson lands, not in your thoughts, but in your being. You are not failing. You are not missing anything. You are not late to your own life. You are here. You are enough. And it is safe now to let go. Sleep. And may whatever finds you there be more gentle than anything you thought you had to earn. You arrived long ago. Maybe not here, exactly, but somewhere. On a morning when the world was quiet. On a day when the sea still listened. You took a step, and the sand remembered. It left a print, a mark, a small hollow in the earth that said, "I was here." And maybe that gave you comfort to see yourself reflected back in shape, in evidence, in something real. We all want that, some proof we were here, some record of our movement, some sign that our steps mattered. But the ocean, she keeps no record. The tide rises, and the shape you left is taken, softly, without anger, without permission, and what remains is the sand, whole again, as if you had never passed through. But you did, didn't you? You were there, you felt it. You remember the shape, the sound of your feet in wet earth, the way your breath joined the wind. Does it still count if nothing remains? There was once a monk who walked the shoreline every morning. He never wore shoes. He never looked back. The younger monks would ask, "Why do you walk there, master, if the ocean always takes your steps away?" He smiled. "I walk to remember that I don't stay," he said. "Neither do you, neither does anything. Impermanence, not as loss, but as liberation." He would pause and then say, "The sand is not disrespecting you, it's reminding you. You are free." We are taught to build identities like monuments, to etch our names into time, to hold our stories like shields. But the sand does not hold stories. It holds space. And maybe that's what you need now, not more of you, but less. Not a legacy, but a lightness. To walk, to breathe, to leave no trace, and still know you lived. That's the paradox. You are here, you matter, but you are not meant to stay. Not as a shape, not as a name, not as the past. You are movement, you are breath, you are that which cannot be held, and that is sacred. Every name you've carried has begun to blur. Not just your given name, but the ones you've whispered under your breath, the one who failed, the one who was loved, the one who left, the one who stayed too long. These are names too, and yet the ocean does not know them. The wind does not call them. They belong only to the self that believed it needed to leave a lasting shape to prove it was real. But what if your truth is not in the shape you left, but in the step itself? What if the holiness is not in what stayed behind, but in the fact that you moved at all? There was a morning when the monk walked as usual, but this time he walked behind the others. Let them go ahead. Let them laugh and chatter. He stepped into their prints, then next to them, then through them. By the time the tide rose, there was no clear path, only water, only sand. And he smiled, because they had all been there, and now they weren't, and yet nothing was lost. There was no grief in the tide, only rhythm. You've spent years trying to hold on to something, an image of yourself, a moment in time, a version of you that made sense, but holding is heavy, and the tide has been asking you to set it down. You don't have to erase anything, just stop carrying the weight of needing it to stay. Let the waves come. Let them rise and cover the things you thought you needed to keep, and then feel what's left, not absence, not emptiness, but space, breathable, sacred, alive. This is not forgetting. It's remembering what was always beyond your name. You were never the footprint. You were the walking, the step, the motion, the fleeting sacredness of passing through and not needing to stay. There's a quiet beauty in the things that don't last. The first breath after crying, the flicker of candlelight before sleep, the way someone smiles just once, and you never see it again, but you feel it for years. We are not meant to keep everything. We are meant to be moved. Not by permanence, but by presence, by how fully something was lived before it passed. Like the bird whose wings touched the sea for just a second before the wind took it again. Like your own voice whispering, "I'm here," into a world that forgets on purpose. Because forgetting is a kind of mercy. The monk once said, "If everything stayed, you'd never know how sacred anything was." So he let things go. His robes grew thin, his hair turned white. He forgot the names of some disciples. But he remembered how the sand felt at sunrise, and how light moves when no one is watching. And he said that was enough. You too can forget, not because it's failure, but because it's freedom. Forget the roles, forget the score. Forget how tightly you tried to get it all right. Let your memory soften. Let your story quiet. Let the old names wash away and return to something simpler than identity. You are not here to be remembered by the world. You are here to remember yourself as the space between steps, the one who came, moved, felt, and let go. Letting go is not erasure, it's refinement. It's saying, I no longer need this shape to hold who I am. I am what moves. I am what sees. I am the breath before the name returns. And I am enough. In the end, there was no path left on the shore. Just water, just wind, just the soft hush of something eternal greeting something passing. The monks walked back, their prince already gone. They said nothing. There was nothing to explain, nothing to record, and yet everything had changed. The old monk paused once more at the edge of the tide. He bent down, touched the wet sand where his foot had just been, and smiled, because it was still warm, still echoing, still holy. Though it held nothing, it had received everything. That is the great paradox. The more lightly you walk, the more deeply you are felt. You do not need to carve yourself into the world. You need only to live truly and let the moment hold you, even if it doesn't last, especially because it doesn't last. There is no legacy more beautiful than a life lived so presently that it leaves no burden behind. So let this be your practice now, to walk through your past with soft steps, to stop trying to make everything mean something permanent, to stop clutching every old version of yourself as if it were your passport to meaning. You are not the person who made those decisions. You are not the one who was once afraid. You are not the identity you held last year, last week, even last breath. You are what remains after the tide returns. And what remains needs no explanation. It breathes, it loves, it notices, and then it walks on. So sleep now, as someone who doesn't need to hold on. Let your dreams come like waves, gentle, imperfect, and free to leave. The sand will hold your body, the ocean will rise and bless your memory, and by morning, the world will be clean again, not because you were erased, but because you were never trapped in what you left behind. You moved, you loved, you left no trace, and that was enough. Picture a temple, not one built of stone but of silence. It exists inside you, always has. Its walls are breath, its floor is the stillness beneath thinking, its doors are open. Inside there is no sound, no demand, no expectation, only this, a space held in reverence, for what comes and for what leaves. Now imagine, as you lie here, a thought approaches the gate, not an enemy, not a problem, just a monk in a simple robe, carrying a question, a memory, a whisper of something unfinished. The thought pauses, bows, and you bow back, not to approve, not to resist, but to recognize. This is mindfulness, not control, not stillness for its own sake, but reverent awareness that welcomes even the mind with dignity. The monk steps inside. The thought enters your mind. Maybe it's familiar, a face you've seen too often. Maybe it's new. Maybe it wears a story, or a worry, or a craving. You do not need to name it. You do not need to make it go away. Let it come in. Let it sit on the cushion. Let it breathe beside you. The breath does not push it out. The silence does not silence it. This temple is large enough to hold visitors without losing itself. You, too, are large enough. You can hold a thought without becoming it. You can feel its presence without fighting its shape. This is the practice to bow to what arises without worshipping it, to welcome without clinging. The thought may speak, it may not. You don't need to answer. You don't need to analyze. Just be still. Just breathe. Notice where it settles, the forehead, the chest, the stomach. See it, without story, without judgment. And when it's ready, it rises, not abruptly, not in guilt, but with the same grace it entered. The monk stands, he bows again, and walks out of the temple without a trace. So too, the thought leaves. Not because you pushed, not because you forced silence, but because the moment passed, and you let it. That is the beauty of sacred awareness. It does not cling, it does not grip. It simply bows and opens the door to whatever is next. Let this visualization continue. Let your thoughts appear like monks, each one a visitor, each one a breath, each one allowed to come, allowed to go. You are not the gate, you are not the thought. You are the temple, and your only task is to remain, to let all things move while you stay gentle and unmoved. There is a rhythm to thought, a rise, a pause, a release, but only if we allow it. Only if we stop trying to trap it, solve it, wrestle it into submission. That's what the monks knew. They didn't chase every bell that rang. They didn't analyze each cloud. They watched, they bowed, they let it pass. Tonight, you can do the same. Let the next thought arrive. Watch how it walks toward you, wearing the robes of memory, of anticipation, of fear, of desire. Don't run from it. Don't tighten. Let it come to the gate. Let it bow. You bow too. This thought is not your enemy. It is a visitor, passing through. Like wind, like weather, like everything. Maybe it wants your attention. It tells you there's something wrong, something missing, something urgent. But you have time, you have space, you have breath. So, instead of reacting, you offer a cushion. Sit, you say, with your awareness. And you sit too. Now, you are side by side. You do not argue. You do not agree. You do not ask it to stay longer than it wishes to. This temple, your inner stillness, does not trap. It does not push. It receives, and it releases. Let the thought rest. Let it unfold. It may bring a memory. Let it come. It may stir emotion. Let it pass through. This space is not threatened by the visitor. You are not here to fix anything. You are here to witness. The monk will rise soon. The thought will finish its visit. And when it does, you will bow again. Not to say goodbye, but to say thank you for the coming, for the leaving, for the reminder that nothing stays and nothing needs to. That is the grace you carry tonight. You do not silence the mind by force. You calm it by welcoming it with so much presence it forgets to shout. You are not chasing peace. You are becoming a place where peace remembers how to return. So, let the next thought rise. Let it bow. Let it sit. Let it leave. One by one, they will come. One by one, they will go. And what will remain is you, quiet, vast, open, still, like the candle, like the mountain, like the temple that holds everything, without holding on. Some thoughts don't bow. They rush in tripping over themselves, grabbing your robes, demanding your attention. They don't sit gracefully. They don't ask permission. They sit cross-legged in the center of the mind like they own the place. What then? You let them stay. Even these, you don't scold them. You don't rise to meet them. You don't become their servant. You become the one who watches without leaving. The master once told his students, the difference between a prisoner and a monk is how they treat the noise inside the cell. We all live in rooms filled with voices, the echo of regret, the hum of doubt, the clatter of unfinished stories. But you are not here to silence them. You are here to make room. Even if the thought feels like a storm, even if it stirs the stillness, you bow to it too, because even storms pass, even thunder rests, even fear forgets why it came. And if you meet it without fear, if you greet it like all the others, it will stay long enough to soften, then bow, then leave. Not all visitors come softly, but all of them, in time, become soft in the presence of someone who does not resist. The temple you carry was not built to be empty. It was built to be open, even to chaos, even to pain, even to the thoughts you said you'd never think again. Because awareness does not flinch. It does not hide. It does not shut the gate when the visitor looks like shame or heartbreak or anger. It lights the lantern. It lays out the mat. It bows and waits. And in that waiting, you become more than peaceful. You become free. Free from the need to be perfect. Free from the guilt of your own thoughts. Free from the identity that says, this shouldn't be here. Whatever is here is already passing. Like breath, like time, like a monk who forgot his shoes but remembered how to bow. Let it move through. Let it teach you. And when it's done, you can thank it. Even if it hurt. Even if it shook your temple walls. Because it came and it left. And you stayed. You were the space it moved through. And you are still whole. The temple gates never lock. They swing open, then closed, then open again. No hinge rusts from disuse. No threshold forgets how to welcome. And you've become the same. Not stiff with discipline, not hardened by rejection, but flexible, breathable, alive. Let the final thoughts come now, the lingering ones, the what-ifs, the should I have said, the image from childhood, the memory from yesterday, the hope you're afraid to hold. Let them all rise, not for inspection, not for judgment, just to be seen as monks in motion, just to be recognized and released. You no longer need to hold the full history of your thinking. You no longer need to trace every origin of every feeling. Not tonight. Tonight, you are the one who bows to it all, not in defeat, but in grace. Like the master who once said, nothing has ever stayed, and nothing ever needed to. That is the final blessing. To realize that peace does not come because thoughts stop. Peace comes when you stop believing they must. The mind may think again tomorrow. Let it. The body may ache. Let it. The breath may be uneven. Let it. But your awareness, your silent, gracious awareness, will still be here. A candle that never demanded darkness. A gate that never refused a visitor. A temple that never closed. Let sleep come now. It does not need your permission. It needs your soft surrender. Let the monks of the mind bow once more, then dissolve into shadows. Let the last thought set down its robes and vanish like a mist that was never yours to hold. And let you, the one who watched, the one who waited, the one who stayed rest in what remains. Stillness, grace, and a silence so complete it no longer needs to be noticed. Sleep now. The temple remains, and you are its center, and in this moment, no thought remains. Only breath, only peace, only the sound of what has left without needing to stay. There was a master known across the mountains, yet no one had ever heard his voice. Pilgrims came from distant lands. Scribes brought scrolls. Disciples bowed low and waited for the moment he would finally teach. But he never did. Not a sermon, not a story, not even a whisper. He sat in the middle of the temple, like a mountain that had grown tired of speech. Some left within hours frustrated, disappointed. Others stayed for days, expecting that the silence was merely an introduction. But the silence never ended. The master just watched, and waited, and breathed. Some said it was a test. Others said it was a failure. But a few, the ones who lingered longest, began to hear something else, not with their ears, but with the part of themselves they'd never used to listen before. It wasn't a message. It wasn't a teaching. It was a kind of presence that required nothing and gave everything. The silence began to move through them like a soft wind, pulling the threads of their questions loose until even the desire for answers began to fall away. And when that happened, they cried, or laughed, or simply sat beside him like stones beside a river. The master did not smile. He did not nod. but they knew. He had given them everything, and he had done it without saying a word. This is not just a story. It is a path, a reminder that not every truth wears language, not every insight arrives as a thought, not every healing needs a name. Tonight, you enter that same temple, not through doors, but through stillness. Not with questions, but with breath. You are not here to be answered. You are here to be emptied of the need to be. The mind will resist. It wants reason. It wants speech. It wants something to grasp. But the sacred does not live in grasping. It lives in letting go. So sit now, in this space beyond thought. Breathe, and imagine the Master before you, ancient, rooted, silent. He looks at you, but he does not explain. And in that gaze, you begin to realize it was never about the words. It was never about understanding. It was always about presence, not the kind you create, the kind that remains when everything else falls away. Let your mind fall away now. Let your breath be the only echo. And know, you are being taught, in a language older than sound. What if silence is not the absence of teaching, but the teaching itself? What if the space between the words is where truth was waiting all along? We are trained to seek knowledge like fire, to chase it, tame it, hold it. But the sacred is not fire. It is the sky. It cannot be held. It cannot be contained. It can only be entered. And to enter, you must first become quiet enough to fit. The Master's disciples once debated endlessly. What does he mean by not speaking? Is it a metaphor? Is it a refusal? Is it wisdom or cowardice in disguise? One night, they gathered at the base of the temple and lit candles, waiting for him to descend. They planned to beg him to speak, to share one line, one verse, even a single syllable. But he never came. And one by one the candles flickered out, and one by one they left. Except for one, the youngest, the quietest, the one who had stopped asking years ago. He sat alone until morning, and when the sun rose, the Master appeared, still silent. He sat across from the student as the birds began to sing, and they sat for a long, long time. Then the student smiled, and the Master rose and walked away. Nothing was said, but everything was heard. Because silence is not what happens when we fail to speak. It's what remains when speech is no longer needed. Let yourself drift into that space now, not by force, not by shutting down the mind, but by letting it rest like a hand unclenching. You've gripped enough. You've asked enough. You've tried to name the mystery with syllables that were never meant to hold it. Now is the time to receive what cannot be said. Let your breath become a bell. Let your stillness become a doorway. And if your thoughts rise, let them. The Master doesn't send them away. He simply doesn't feed them. They wander through the temple like visitors, unsure of their welcome. Eventually, they leave on their own. That's the secret. Not to conquer the mind, but to become so still it forgets to shout. You may begin to feel it now. The hush between your breaths. The gentle sense of being watched by something within you that has never spoken but has always known. That is the teacher. Not the one on the cushion, the one inside your breath. The Master who sits at the center of you and never speaks. Not because he cannot, but because he no longer needs to. You've arrived, and in that arrival no words are required. There are teachings that live in ink. They fill scrolls, scriptures, sutras. They move across paper like rivers of sound, captured in characters, wrapped in logic. But there are other teachings, the older ones, that cannot be written. Not because they are too complex, but because they are too simple. So simple, they fall apart the moment you try to speak them. So true, they disappear the second you try to describe them. And that's why the Master never spoke, not out of mystery, not out of ego, But because he had returned to the kind of knowing that words only damage, you can say fire, but it will never warm you. You can chant water, but your thirst will remain. You can say peace, but until you rest in the silence beneath that word, you'll only be chasing an echo. The master had nothing left to chase. He had become the thing itself. He didn't speak of presence, he was presence. And those who sat with him long enough, quietly enough, began to feel it too, the strange unraveling of the part of them that needed answers. One disciple called it the sacred fade, the sensation that everything inside him that reached, climbed, argued, proved, had begun to dissolve. What remained was not empty. It was full, but not with ideas, full with being. Can you feel it now? That same fading, not into nothingness, but into truth, into the quiet beneath your questions, the stillness beneath your thoughts. You are not here to receive more words tonight. You are here to stop using words as a way to avoid the thing itself. There is no mantra that can deliver you, no concept that can unlock what is already here. Only stillness, only breath, only presence. Let yourself soften into it now. Let your ears grow quiet. Let your mind rest its hands. Let your breath become the only sound your soul needs to hear. The master is not far. He is not outside you. He is sitting behind your thoughts, beneath your heartbeat, inside the part of you that has always known silence is holy. He never left. He was just waiting for you to stop needing noise. Now he is here, and he has nothing to say. So he says everything. One day, a stranger arrived at the temple. Not a seeker, not a disciple, just a tired man who had lost more than he could carry. He entered the hall hoping for guidance, hoping for wisdom. What he found was an old man sitting in stillness. No signs, no chants, no teachings, no promises. The man wept because he thought he had come to the wrong place, but the master only looked at him with eyes so quiet, so rooted, so deep that the man stopped crying. He sat, and he never left. Years later, when someone asked what he had learned, he said, "Nothing I can say, but I am no longer searching." That is what silence gives, not the satisfaction of knowledge, but the end of needing it. You, too, have searched. You, too, have listened for something final, something profound. But maybe what you needed was not a truth you could hold, but a place to lay down the burden of searching. There is nothing left to seek now. You have heard every teaching. You have followed every path. Now you rest in the one place that remains. Here, not here, the room. Here, the moment. Here, the breath. Here, the empty fullness that needs no name. Breathe again, not to awaken, not to achieve stillness, but to bless this space with your presence. The master is beside you now, not as a figure, not as a guide, but as a field of being that your soul recognizes. He will not speak. He never needed to. You will not ask. You no longer need to. This is the sacred silence, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something deeper, something that holds without gripping, watches without judging, loves without explanation. Tonight, you sleep in the temple of the wordless truth, where the breath speaks in the voice of God, where every exhale is a bow, and every moment is its own completion. There is no final lesson. Only this: you were never missing anything. You were just waiting to get quiet enough to remember. Now you remember. So rest, not as a student, not as a seeker, but as the silence itself, wrapped in breath, soft with surrender, glowing quietly in the temple within. The master smiles, still without words. And you, finally, have no need for them. There is a temple that does not ask for incense, or coins, or perfect posture. It only asks for one thing: your breath, not forced, not fashioned into a technique, just given, as it is. offered like a quiet prayer no one will ever hear except the moment. Long before language, before belief, before the first word for God was carved into stone, the body knew how to pray, not with thought, with breath. A sigh was a surrender. An inhale was a gathering. An exhale was a letting go. And every time it happened, the world received you again. Not because you were pure, not because you were worthy, but because you were present. Right now, you are being received again. Not because of who you were today, not because of how well you understand, but because your breath still carries the spark of the one who watches gently. Breathe in, as if returning home. Breathe out, as if bowing to what holds you. Let each breath become a sacred act, not to impress the divine, but to feel it right here, in your ribs, in your belly, in the space behind your eyes that softens with every exhale. There is nothing more intimate than breath. It touches what the mind can't reach. It enters every hidden room. It knows the places you've never spoken of, and still it never judges. It simply returns, again and again, even when you forget, even when you panic, even when your thoughts scream louder than any chant could quiet, the breath comes back. This is not an accident. This is the oldest devotion. You may not realize it, but every breath you take in the dark is a way of saying, I want to remain. And every exhale, a way of whispering, thank you for letting me. So tonight, let the breath carry your prayer, not in words, not in explanations, but in rhythm, in pulse, in presence. You don't need to think of what to pray for. Your lungs already know. They ask for peace with every rise. They ask for mercy with every fall. And the silence around you, it listens, without reply, without noise, but with full attention. You are not praying alone. You are being held in the quiet hands of something sacred, not above you, not beyond you, but within you, where breath meets awareness, where thought gives way to listening, where the next inhale feels like being seen. You are seen, you are safe, you are already home. There once was a monk who no longer used words to pray. When asked what his practice was, he simply said, I breathe, that is enough. They thought he was lazy. They thought he had forgotten the chants. But those who sat with him began to feel something strange, a presence, a calm, a vastness that seemed to open from the middle of his chest without effort. He wasn't reciting anything. He wasn't visualizing light. He wasn't controlling the breath. He was simply there breathing with full reverence, as if every inhale was a return to the origin of all things. When he breathed in, the trees outside seemed to bow. When he breathed out, the air around him softened. Even the animals seemed to grow quiet. He had become a prayer without a single word. One evening, a young monk sat beside him and asked, What are you doing when you breathe like that? And the old monk smiled, but did not speak. He placed one hand over his heart and the other in the air. Then he exhaled so gently, so fully that the candle in front of them flickered, then stilled. The young monk understood. There was nothing to repeat, nothing to memorize, only to remember. That breath itself is sacred, not because of what it can achieve, but because of what it already is. You too are breathing now. Let it be enough. Let this moment become your whole altar. No future, no past, just this breath. Right here, right now, fully given. What happens when you stop trying to fix yourself and simply breathe as you are? What changes when the breath is not a technique, but a friend, a witness, a companion, a silent teacher who never leaves? Feel your body respond to this remembering. The chest does not rise in fear, it rises in reverence. The belly does not tense, it softens, as if returning to the sea. And your shoulders, long tired from holding everything unspoken, begin to let go. One breath at a time, You do not need to understand. You do not need to label this. You only need to be with it, as it is, as you are. That is the beginning of every real prayer. Not the words, not the pose, but the moment you choose to be completely with yourself. And when you are, you'll see you were never apart from the sacred to begin with. There are many who pray for things: health, answers, protection, peace, and there is no shame in that. It is human to reach, to hope, to ask. But there is another kind of prayer so quiet, so deep, it forgets what it came to ask for. Because in the presence of the sacred, need dissolves into trust. Tonight, your breath carries no request, only being, only surrender. No longer asking, what should I think? What should I do? What should I fix? Now it simply says, I am here, still breathing, still willing to remain. And that is enough. Imagine each inhale as the world entering you again, not to challenge, not to burden, but to bless. And each exhale, your soft reply, yes, I am with you. You may not know what to believe. You may not feel enlightened. You may not even know what peace looks like. But breath requires no belief. It only requires presence. And presence does not demand perfection, only honesty. So let your breath be honest. If it shakes, let it. If it slows, let it. If it disappears and returns again, let it return in its own time. There is no right way to pray here. Only this way, the way your body already knows. The way of simple offering, the way of silent belonging. You belong, not because of your thoughts, not because of your goodness, but because you are here, because breath still moves in you. The same breath that moved through the monks and the trees and the mothers of the earth long before temples were built. You are not the first to pray like this. And you will not be the last. Let that comfort you. You are part of something ancient. You are part of something vast. And tonight, you return to it through the simplest path, this breath. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts become background noise. Let your heart soften as if someone placed a warm cloth over your chest. There is nothing else to do now, nothing else to become, only this. This prayer that asks for nothing because it already knows everything it needed was here all along. In the oldest stories, before gods had names and rituals had rules, the sacred was found wherever breath met stillness. The cave, the forest, the fire, the silence. They did not build temples, they became them, and the way in was always the breath. Not controlled, not sacred because someone declared it so, but sacred because it connected heaven and earth inside the body, your body. Right now, with each inhale you draw in the world, with each exhale you give yourself back. What greater ritual could there be? No altar is needed. No chant, no approval. Just you and this breath and the choice to let it carry you to a place beyond thought. You have already arrived. This is the temple the masters pointed to when they said, "Go within." It is not a metaphor. It is this very moment, this sacred breath, this soft space inside your ribs where you finally stop running, where you finally let it all go, all the stories, all the trying, all the self you worked so hard to perfect. None of it is needed here, because the one who breathes underneath it all, she is already whole. He is already light. You are not finding peace. You are remembering it. You are not earning rest. You are returning to it. Let the final breaths of this night be given fully. No distractions, no urgency, just presence, just offering. Imagine each exhale as a candle being passed to the stars, a flicker of your soul floating upward in quiet trust. You are not lost. You are being carried. The breath knows the way. Let it move, let it guide, let it hold you until even the need to be held melts into stillness. This is not the end of something, it is the center. The breath that carries your prayer is not leaving you, it is you. And as you drift into sleep, know this: your prayer has already been received, not because it was spoken, but because it was lived, with breath, with presence, with a heart that dared to just be. Sleep now, not as someone seeking peace, but as peace itself, wrapped in breath, cradled in silence, lifted by every moment you dared to stay. You are the prayer, and you have already reached the sacred. You have been shaken. There were nights the storm entered your ribs without asking. There were mornings you rose with breath like splinters, trying to remember how to be whole before the world pulled at you again. You stood, but not proudly. You endured, but not without cost. And still you are here. The world may not have noticed, but I have. The silence you held, the tears you swallowed before your own voice could hear them, the moments you bent just far enough to not snap. They said strength was loud, but yours was quiet. Yours was the kind that bowed with the wind and whispered, "I'll rise again when the storm forgets my name." You were bamboo, and you didn't even know it. In the forest, bamboo does not fight the wind. It listens, it leans, it yields, but it does not break. Even in the wildest winds, it does not shatter, because its power is not in hardness, but in the way it trusts its own roots. You are learning now what the monks have always known, that resilience does not come from building walls around your soul, but by knowing how to sway without losing your center. There were days you thought that being soft meant being weak. So you held your breath, you clenched your voice, you pretended the storm didn't matter. But tonight, let's tell the truth. It did matter. It hurt. It touched places in you were not ready to name. It bent you. You thought, maybe, it would break you. And maybe it did, but not in the way you feared. Maybe it broke what needed to fall. The illusion that you had to be unshakable, the idea that your worth was tied to control, the belief that surrender meant defeat. Tonight, you learn the art of sacred bending. When the wind howls again, you will not resist it. You will bow like the bamboo, not as a sign of defeat, but as a declaration that you know something deeper. The storm always ends. And you always return. You have before. You will again. The branches may twist, the leaves may scatter, but the roots remain. Your roots, the still place inside you that no scream can reach, no betrayal can erase, no loss can steal. You forgot, but now you remember, that no matter how far you bend, you do not leave yourself. And that is resilience. Not performance, not armor, but the soft spine of your soul that curves like a river and still flows forward. Tonight is not about becoming stronger. It is about realizing you already are. You don't have to prove it. You don't have to show it. You only have to feel it again. Breathe, not to calm yourself, but to return to where the bamboo waits in you. Do you feel it? That subtle spine, deep beneath the ache, that quiet knowing that held on even when you didn't believe it could. That is yours. It always was. There's a story the old monks told of a man who planted bamboo after a fire took everything. His family laughed. Bamboo takes too long to grow, they said. There's nothing left. Why not plant fast fruit? But the man did not reply. He only watered the earth each morning. And for a whole year, nothing grew. Another year passed. Still nothing. But he did not stop. He bowed to the soil. He poured his quiet into the roots he could not see. In the third year, tiny green appeared. By the fourth, the bamboo rose taller than a man. By the fifth, it sang with the wind. And when storms returned, the bamboo stood. Not by resisting, but by remembering what it had been rooted in. No one laughed then, because the man had grown something that could live through storms. And so have you. It may not be visible yet, but the root is there. Every night you chose to stay, every breath you gave when your chest was heavy, every smile you forced just to remember what light felt like, every prayer that didn't sound like prayer but still counted. That was root work. That was sacred growth beneath the surface. And now you're rising. Not all at once, but steadily, softly. You are becoming like bamboo. Not because you are invincible, but because you no longer need to be. Your strength is different now, more holy, more real. You will still bend. That's what makes you beautiful. But you will not break. Not this time. Not anymore. You may feel fragile, but look how far you've come. The version of you that wanted to give up, you outlived them. You kept going. That counts more than anyone knows. And now you can rest. You don't need to brace. The wind has softened. The ground remembers you. The storm has moved on. Tonight, the sky doesn't demand your defense. It offers you stillness. So lean back. Let your spine remember its natural curve. Let your breath move like tall grass. Let your heart know it doesn't have to be on guard. The bamboo inside you has already survived. Now it listens. Now it exhales. Now it welcomes the moonlight without fear. You are not falling, you are swaying. And this is sacred. There's something the world doesn't teach you, that softness is a kind of armor. That yielding is not the opposite of strength, it is its hidden root. You were taught to stand tall like stone, but stones crack, stones shatter, stones sink. The bamboo bends, and so survives. So let's tell the truth tonight. There were moments when you felt like breaking, when you said, "I can't carry this," when silence screamed louder than words. But instead of snapping, you folded inward. You went quiet. You disappeared beneath the surface, just enough to keep breathing. And that quiet decision to stay was sacred. No one needed to see it. No one needed to applaud. Because the bamboo does not boast when it survives another storm. It only rises again. And that is enough. You too are enough. Not for what you do, not for how still you sit, but for how gently you keep returning. You returned to yourself even when you didn't want to. Even when the ache made you question your worth. Even when the old wounds reopened. Still, here you are, not perfect, but breathing. And that too is holy. So let's bow now not to some idea of perfection, but to the real strength you carry in your spine. The strength to remain soft in a world that wants you hard. The strength to feel deeply in a world that numbs. The strength to release what never belonged to you, even when it once felt like home. There is no prize for holding on the longest. There is only weight. And tonight, you may lay it down. You don't need to prove how strong you've been. The wind remembers. The silence remembers. Your breath remembers. Let it go. You're not here to hold every broken branch. You're here to sway, to bend with grace, to root deeper each time life leans on you. That is your true power. Not how loud you speak, but how quietly you endure. Not how still you stand, but how easily you return after being moved. You've returned again and again, even when it hurt, even when you thought you were too far gone, and each return made your roots stronger. The world may see only the surface, but I see the underground forest growing in you. You are not a single stalk. You are a whole field, a quiet ecosystem of breath and memory and grace. Let that truth settle into your ribs. Let it soften the parts of you still bracing for the next storm. The storm may come, but you no longer fear it, because you know how to bend, you know how to wait, you know how to rise without rushing. Tonight is not a fight, it is a remembering that you are not broken, you are bowed and still rooted, that you are not weak, you are worn and still open, that you are not alone, You are one among many who have bent but never broken. And that is your quiet lineage, your sacred inheritance. Let your body feel that now. Let it uncoil from vigilance. Let it return to the natural curve of trust. You don't need to hold your breath. You don't need to grip your thoughts. You don't need to make sense of the storm, only to move with it and outlast it. Like bamboo, like breath, like spirit that cannot be named but knows exactly where you live. Soften now. Sink into the rhythm beneath words, the part of you that sways even when the surface is still. You are not made of stone, and that is a blessing. You are made of memory and prayer and quiet songs no one else heard. You are made of everything that survived. Sleep now, not as someone who needs to heal, but as someone who already has. The healing was in the bending, the strength was in the returning, the safety was in the softness you dared not to lose. Tonight, the wind is resting, and so may you. Lay your body like a branch, trusting its own weight. Let the roots hold you. Let the dark cradle you. The forest within you is not afraid. It remembers how to stand again, and when you wake, you will rise like bamboo, taller, quieter, and still swaying, because you bent, but you did not break, and that is the sacred truth of who you are. There was a monk who sat before a wall, day after day, year after year, listening not with ears but with silence. They gave him a riddle, a koan, a question designed to break the mind. What is the sound of one hand clapping? He did not answer. He did not try to find one. He simply sat with it like a bird with a stone in its nest. It wasn't there to hatch. It was there to teach stillness. You see, a koan is not a puzzle. It is a doorway that refuses to open unless you stop trying to enter. And now, tonight, you have arrived before your own koan. Not with robes or incense or scriptures, but with breath and questions. So many questions. Why did it happen? What should I do? What does this mean? What am I missing? What if I never understand? And under it, all the deepest question, will I be okay if I never find the answer? Let that question rise. Don't push it down. Let it float like smoke above a candle's last flame. You are not here to fix it. You are not here to solve yourself. You are here to meet the silence behind the riddle. That is the real temple. Not the answer, but the space between thoughts, where the need for answers fades. Koans were made not to teach you something, but to untangle the one who is always trying to understand. The one who pokes the mystery like a sleeping tiger. The one who believes that peace is hidden behind understanding. It isn't. Peace comes when the mind bows, when it stops trying to catch the wind, when it stops demanding language from things meant only to be felt. Some of your suffering isn't from pain itself, but from your insistence that pain must explain itself. Some of your sleeplessness isn't from the ache, but from the thoughts demanding to make it all make sense before you are allowed to rest. But tonight, you are released from that. You are sitting before the wall now, like the monk, like the mountain, like the mystery itself. And the koan is here, not to answer, but to invite. Invite you into the place beyond solving. You may think this is useless, but not everything sacred has utility. Sometimes it is enough to gaze into something unsolvable and be changed by what you don't understand. You don't need to tame the riddle. You need only to stay with it. Like the moon stays with the sea. Like the breath stays with the body. Like you stay with yourself, even when you can't find why. Let the riddle do what it came to do. Undo you, disarm you, unravel you from all the stories you've mistaken for safety. You are not here to become wise. You are here to become weightless, to float in the question without needing the floor beneath you. The answer, if there ever was one, has already dissolved. And that is a gift, because now you can rest, even without knowing, even without solving, even without the door ever opening, because the door was never locked, and you were never outside. You were always already inside the mystery. The riddle is not before you, it is within you, and it is smiling, not asking to be solved, but to be heard as music with no final note. There is an old temple built on a hill where the fog never lifts. They say the monks there don't answer questions, they only listen. A man once climbed the path to that temple, carrying a question like fire in his chest. He had lost everything: his name, his work, his love, his meaning, and he wanted the monks to give it back, to explain it, to fix the broken outline of his life. He reached the gates and bowed low, trembling. A monk appeared silent, gentle, still. The man asked, "Why did everything fall apart? What am I supposed to learn? What does this all mean?" The monk said nothing. He only opened the gate and pointed to the mist. "Do you see that?" he asked. The man looked and saw nothing, only white drifting air. "I see fog," he replied. The monk smiled and disappeared. For 3 days the man sat there watching the fog. He tried to analyze it. He tried to find patterns. He tried to believe it held a sign, but it only moved. Soft, directionless, meaningless, or maybe full of meaning he would never grasp. On the 4th day, he stopped watching it and simply sat with it, breathed with it, became part of it. He forgot what he was trying to answer, and in that forgetting, something let go. The fire in his chest cooled. The ache lost its voice. The question no longer needed to be asked. And when he opened his eyes again, he didn't see fog. He saw peace. The kind that doesn't explain itself. The kind that doesn't need to. So tonight, if you too are holding a question like fire, let the mist rise around it, not to put it out, but to hold it without urgency. You are not failing because you do not know. You are not broken because you cannot explain. You are not lost because the riddle still floats unanswered in your chest. You are only becoming still enough to realize the question was never a wall, it was a window, a way to soften, a way to stop fighting what was never yours to control. The koan is not a lesson. It is a mirror that shows you who you become when you stop needing to know. And who are you then? Not a scholar, not a seeker, just a soul in breath, in stillness, in fog. Maybe you don't need the answer because the answer would only strengthen the part of you that's always reaching. And tonight is not for reaching, it is for floating. Let your mind rest in the space between understanding and unknowing. Let it swing gently like a paper lantern in the breeze. You don't need to tether it. You don't need to solve the sky. Let the question be there. Let it breathe beside you, like a bird that will not land but sings anyway. Let that be enough. There is a bell in a monastery that no one rings. It hangs, dustless and unbroken, but it has not made a sound in centuries. When asked why it remains, the monks say, "Because it listens." And that is enough. Some things in this life are not here to speak, but to remind you that silence is not absence. It is presence in its purest form. And some riddles, like the koan resting in your chest, do not exist to produce noise. They exist to hold stillness, to stop the echo, to end the chase. You've been chasing answers for so long, haven't you? Turning thoughts over like stones in your palm, looking for markings, looking for clues, but maybe there is nothing etched. Maybe the answer is that there is no answer, only being, only breath, only this moment without explanation. And what a gift that is. Imagine if every mystery had an end, if every silence was filled, if every unknown came with instructions. There would be no wonder left, no surrender, no soft ache that turns into song. You are allowed to not know. You are allowed to simply breathe without labeling the air. The koan asks, what is your original face before your parents were born? It cannot be answered, because it is not asking, it is reflecting. Reflecting you back to yourself, before identity, before effort, before the urge to define became a cage. Who are you when you stop trying to be anyone? Who are you when you stop trying to fix what hurts? Who are you when you let the question remain, without judgment, without fear, without reaching? The bell is still here, so are you, both unstruck, both full of soundless music. Let that be enough. You have nothing left to solve tonight. You are not a riddle. You are a presence, a breath, a space the universe chose to make room for without needing you to explain it. So rest now in the mystery that will never collapse into words. You don't have to keep chasing the light. You are already inside it. Even if it feels like shadow, it is sacred. Even if it feels like silence, it is still alive. There is peace, not in the answer, but in the surrender. So, let the bell remain unstruck. Let the koan remain unsolved. Let the breath remain unmeasured. Let yourself remain untouched by the old need to figure it all out. The wind has no destination, and yet it moves. The wave asks no permission, and yet it rises and falls. You are like that now, a mystery allowed to exist. Breathe like a question mark melting into fog. Sleep like a monk who has forgotten why he prays but prays anyway. You are not lost, you are floating. And this is holy. You are not dreaming, you are being dreamed. By what? No one knows. But tonight, let go of the one who must know. Let go of the one who must wake. There is nothing left to name. Not the pain, not the hope, not even yourself. You are not your title. You are not your past. You are not your unfinished thoughts. You are breath, woven into a quiet night by hands that never needed to be seen. And here, where the answers dissolve, you begin to soften, not into sleep, but into being. Have you ever watched the moon and felt like it was watching you back? Not with eyes, but with that same koan-like hush, that presence that says, I do not speak, I only reflect. Let your thoughts be like clouds passing across that moon. They don't need to go anywhere. They don't need to carry weight. They don't need to become stories. Let them pass. Let them bow. Let them disappear without ever needing to explain why they came. You do not need to track the stars. You do not need to memorize the sky. You only need to float inside the vastness. No walls, no fences, no gates. Just this. The invisible temple where the wind knows your name but doesn't speak it aloud. And in that namelessness, you are free. The mind has grown tired. Let it rest. The question has grown soft. Let it fade. The heart, it is not broken. It is bowed in reverence before a silence greater than anything it could ever solve. What is the sound of one hand clapping? It is this moment where there is no need to clap, no need to answer, no need to ask, just stillness, echoing like the pause between waves. There is no lesson tonight, only release. You are not here to awaken, you are here to return. To the place before thought, before fear, before the self you built to survive a world that demanded answers. Let the world go now. Let the questions fall like leaves on a pond, too still to ripple. Let even your breath become gentle enough to forget its own rhythm. You are the koan now. Not the one who asks it, not the one who answers it. The riddle itself, empty, perfect, ungraspable, and yet complete. Sleep now, not because you have solved it, but because you have stopped needing to. The temple is closed, the candle has gone out, the master has bowed, and the wind carries your thoughts into the vastness where they no longer need to return. This is the ending that has no end, because nothing was broken, and nothing ever needed fixing, only witnessing, only softening, only silence. Good night, riddle of light. Good night, unfolding sky. You do not have to understand, you only have to rest. You spent years walking, through forests of questions, across deserts of self-doubt, up mountains built from other people's voices, and all the while you searched for the door, the one that would open everything, the one they said was waiting, just beyond effort, just beyond proof, just beyond the next version of you. They told you, you must be better to enter. You must be healed to be worthy. You must earn your way in. So you climbed, you burned, you bent your soul into shapes just to fit through a door that never revealed itself. And yet, somehow, you are here now, breathing, empty-handed, exhausted from the climb. And it is only now, with nothing left to prove, that you turn your head and see it, the door. Right beside you, unmarked, unboastful, quiet, slightly open. You touch it and realize it was never locked, it was never closed, and you were never outside. What you were looking for was not a destination. It was the moment you stopped looking. It was not a revelation, it was a return. The journey was never meant to get you somewhere. It was meant to exhaust the part of you that thought it had to earn love, the part that thought peace was on the other side of perfection. You do not have to pass a test to be free. You only have to stop running, stop knocking, stop performing. The door is not guarded. It is not gilded. It is not made of gold. It is made of stillness, of permission, of the silence that lives in your own chest. And tonight you are allowed to enter. No robes, no incense, no enlightenment, just you, as you are. The student in the old Zen story asked the master, "What must I do to be free?" The master replied, "You are free." The student frowned, "But I still suffer." The master bowed, "Then suffer freely." You see, freedom is not the end of feeling, it is the end of resistance. You can cry and still be free. You can ache and still be whole. You can carry questions and still be inside the temple. The door does not ask you to be finished, it only asks you to be here. You have always been here, even in your worst moments, especially in them the door was beside you. It's just that you were too busy knocking on the doors of others, too busy asking, "May I come in? Am I enough? Have I earned it yet?" And the door inside you waited, patiently, without judgment, until the day you stopped asking and started listening to the silence that never left, the breath that never abandoned you, the heartbeat that never needed permission to continue. You are not outside yourself anymore. You never were. And now, the search is ending. You can sit down, here, on this side of the door, not because you've solved it all, but because you've remembered there was never anything to solve. Just this, the holy, open, quiet space that welcomes you without question. No striving, no ceremony, no finish line, only breath, and a floor to rest on, and a presence that doesn't need to be earned. This is what lives behind the door, and it's been with you all along. You used to think you had to climb higher to be accepted. That silence was a reward, not a home. But now in this stillness, you begin to understand. The door was never meant to be found. It was meant to be remembered. Remembered like a lullaby you once knew by heart, but forgot beneath all the noise of becoming. You have become so much, haven't you? Strong, capable, disciplined, humble, kind, and yet none of those earned you this moment. This moment is not a prize, it is a birthright. It was yours even before the storm, even before you cried out to the sky, asking it to take the weight away. And now the sky has answered, not with thunder, but with stillness. It whispers, "You may rest now, not because you've arrived, but because you've remembered you were never lost." This is the secret the door held. There was nothing to unlock, only something to surrender. And what you're surrendering is the part of you that believed you had to earn love, the part that thought peace was delayed, the part that whispered, "Not yet, not yet, not yet." But tonight, you say, yes, now, here. There is no rush. There is no task. There is no robe to wear or ritual to master. You are allowed to sit. You are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to sleep inside this soft, knowing that the door has always been open. And what waits on the other side? Nothing, because there is no other side. That's the beauty of awakening. It doesn't carry you away, it brings you home. To the body you tried to escape, to the breath you forgot to honor, to the silence you once called failure, to the self you abandoned while striving to be better. She's still here, he's still here, you are still here, and none of it was wasted. Even the search was holy. Even the pain was part of the remembering. Even the doubt was another form of devotion, the soul longing for what it already carried. Let that sink in now, not as a lesson, but as a breath. You no longer have to chase the open door. You are inside it. You are made of it. So lie down gently, not to escape, but to arrive. Let the ground beneath you be the threshold. Let the silence around you be the welcome. Let the stillness in your chest be the open room where all of you is already allowed. You don't need to become anything more tonight. You don't need to get it all right. You don't need to know what comes next. This is the stopping place. This is the return to the temple that has no walls, to the self that needs no fixing, to the presence that was never not here. The door was never locked, and you were never outside. Sleep now. Not because you're tired from seeking, but because you finally remembered you were already home. No key, no gate. Just this, you, breathing, inside the mystery. Finally, at peace with not needing to understand it. You've been arguing with life again, quietly, softly, silently, but arguing still. Inside your thoughts, you protest the timing. You grieve the shape. You question the unfolding. You hold tightly to what could have been, should have been, almost was. And though your lips do not move, your mind has not rested in days. But look up. Above all of it, a single cloud floats through the fading light. It does not rush. It does not tighten. It does not explain. It simply moves. It does not ask the sky why it must drift. It does not blame the sun for disappearing behind mountains. It does not cling to its form or wish to be another shape. It just moves, soft, vast, at peace. You carry tension in your chest from 1,000 silent debates with things that will never answer back. You want the past to apologize. You want the future to promise. You want your thoughts to obey. You want your emotions to be tidy. But none of them will, and none of them need to. Because peace does not come from convincing the sky to stop changing. It comes from becoming like the cloud, willing to drift, willing to dissolve, willing to move without resistance. There is a sacred kind of strength in soft surrender. Not giving up, not collapsing, but softening so that the storm passes through you instead of breaking you. You were taught to hold your shape, to prove something, to stay consistent, to be unmoved, but the cloud teaches otherwise. To survive the sky, you do not need to be hard. You need to be light. You need to float. You need to trust the wind even when it does not tell you where it's going. Let yourself soften now. Let the thoughts be clouds too. Watch them. Don't chase them. Don't explain them. Don't argue with them. They're only passing through, even the ones that sting the old memories, the regrets, the questions. They do not live here. They are travelers. You are sky. They cannot stay unless you hold them, so release the grip, even if just for now, even if just enough to feel your breath again. You don't need to fix this moment. You don't need to figure it out. You don't need to build a case for your right to rest. You already belong in this quiet, in this breath, in this night, where everything is exactly as it must be, not because it makes sense, but because it is. The sky has never once regretted its weather, And still, it continues to hold it all. You too can be vast. You too can stop resisting the storm. You too can welcome the cloud of your thoughts without needing them to be anything but momentary. Let the ache float. Let the guilt drift. Let the doubt uncoil like smoke after a candle's sigh. You were not made to control it all. You were made to be moved by mystery and still remain whole. Like the cloud, you change without losing yourself. You vanish without being lost. You appear without demanding purpose, and all the while, the sky receives you. It has never closed its arms. Breathe now like a cloud breathes. No need to pull, no need to hold. Only moving, only floating, only being here. The sky does not punish. It does not withhold. It simply expands for whatever shape you become. And tonight, you become weightless. Let the striving leave your shoulders. Let the tension melt from your jaw. Let the arguments die before they begin. Not because you gave in, but because you rose above. And what you rise into is softness. What you rise into is peace. You are not failing because you surrendered. You are finally beginning. It's strange how the moment you stop demanding answers, peace begins to bloom. Not like a trumpet, but like dew. Quiet, unannounced, undeniable. That is how the cloud arrives. Not as a solution, but as a presence. No sharp edges, no destination, just motion. You have tried to be still by force. You have tried to be present by pressure. You've clenched your way toward peace, wondering why it never came. But stillness doesn't come when you fight noise. It comes when you stop needing to win. There is no enemy here. Not even your mind, not even your pain, not even the part of you that cannot stop thinking. Let it be. Let even your overthinking be allowed to drift like a confused cloud with no direction. There is nothing to fix. There is only breath. Inhale and notice. Exhale and soften. Even if the thought returns, it has no power unless you hold it tight. So don't hold, don't grip, don't chase, just notice. And breathe again. The sky is not concerned with which cloud passes through. It doesn't say, this one is too heavy. This one should have passed already. This one has come too many times. It just holds and makes space. The sky is large enough for all of you, for the joy and the grief, for the calm and the storm, for the silence and the spinning, and beneath all of that you remain. You remain sky, even when your thoughts gather like thunder. You remain whole, even when the day ends without resolution. There is no final answer waiting, only this, the moment you stop resisting the moment. This is how peace arrives, not as a prize, but as the silence that's been here the entire time you were arguing with yourself, like the monk who sat still through the rain and the questions, and simply watched his thoughts rise and dissolve again. You can become the watcher now. No need to push, no need to hush the noise. Just see it. Bow to it. Let it move. A cloud doesn't argue with the wind that carries it, and you don't have to argue with the life that holds you. You are held, right now, by something softer than reason, by something older than thought. It does not speak, but you can feel it. It does not command, but it never leaves. Let yourself be guided by the current you don't have to understand. Let go of the need to return to who you were. Let go of the plan that never came true. Let go of the thought that begs you to fix it all before bed. The cloud asks for nothing but the sky. You need nothing but this breath, this quiet, this moment where your soul is no longer trying to be anywhere else. You are not failing because your mind wanders. You are becoming free because you've stopped chasing it. Every return to the breath is an arrival at the temple. Every exhale is a letting go of war. And soon you will drift into sleep, not because you escaped, but because you no longer needed to stay awake trying to carry what never belonged to you. Let the cloud be the teacher. Let the sky be the bed. Let your body be the altar that no longer demands answers to be worthy of rest. There is nothing more to do, nothing left to prove, no more doors to knock on, no more shapes to hold. You are formless now. You are soft. You are sacred in your surrender. Even the stars tonight shine without trying, so sleep without effort, breathe without strategy, feel without defense. You are not alone. The sky is with you, the cloud is in you, and peace is no longer something to reach. It is something you've returned to. There is no need to wake the world with your suffering tonight. There is no need to explain the ache to the stars. They already know, and they don't mind. They watch you without judgment. They remember who you are even when you forget. You were not made to carry every misunderstanding. You were not born to argue with your own mind until it collapses from exhaustion. You were born to soften, to drift, to remember that belonging has no conditions. Not here, not now, not in this sky where even the heaviest cloud is still embraced. You've mistaken tightness for strength, control for clarity, noise for knowing, but the cloud teaches otherwise. It floats, even when it's filled with storm. It changes shape and never mourns what it used to be. It disappears and never calls it death. It simply becomes. You can become too, not into something better, but into something truer, the one who doesn't resist the sky, but lives inside it. Do you feel that breath? The one that rises without being told, the one that falls like dusk over a silent hill. That is your beginning. That is your anchor. The sky is not above you. It is inside you. You are not beneath anything. You are not waiting for approval. You are not trapped in a season. The clouds move. So will this moment. But right now, you can let go of the timeline. You can release the pressure. You can stop trying to rearrange the clouds into something that makes sense. They are not here to be perfect. They are here to be real. And so are you. Let the breath be the rhythm. Let the silence be the song. Let the stillness be the temple that needs no name. You don't have to go back to who you were. You don't have to explain how you feel. You only have to rest in the knowing that you are already held. Nothing broken needs to be fixed tonight. Only witnessed, only breathed with, only allowed to pass. The cloud has never argued with the rain. It simply becomes the rain, and then it disappears into something else. You are not stuck. You are changing form. You are softening. You are dissolving the wall between effort and rest is where you belong. So, sink. Without needing to be caught. Float. Without needing to know where you're going. No map, no end. Just motion without resistance. Just love without condition. Just sleep without the weight of who you think you should be. You are a cloud moving through the eternal permission of a sky that has never told you no. Let that be your final thought tonight, or no thought at all, just breath and quiet and sky. There is a bowl beneath your chest, a wide, silent bowl, not made of clay, but of something older, your awareness. It holds the quiet, it holds the breath, it holds everything you've ever tried to hold yourself. And tonight, that bowl is still enough to see the moon in its reflection, still enough to forget the weight of your mind. But then a thought drops in, small but certain, a pebble falling without warning. The moment you remembered what you didn't want to, the sound you thought had faded, the image you weren't ready to see, it lands and the water stirs, not with chaos, but with presence. Ripples, soft but spreading, circles widening through the stillness you tried so hard to protect. It's all right. This is not a failure. This is not the end of your calm. This is what the bowl was made to do: receive, move, and settle again. You have spent your life fearing the pebble, avoiding the thoughts that might disrupt your surface, holding your breath so nothing falls in. But the truth is, you are stillness, not because nothing touches you, but because everything eventually returns to quiet. You are not the ripple, you are the water. The cloud may float above, the wind may speak, but down here you remain, deep, vast, patient. You were never meant to avoid thought, only to witness it, to feel it enter, feel it widen, and feel it pass. Even the hardest thought becomes soft once it meets the water. The bowl does not reject. It does not judge the shape. It does not resist the sound. It simply holds. And when the ripple fades, it reflects again, just like you. You are a mirror that remembers peace the moment the motion ends. You do not need to make the thought leave. You do not need to fight the ripple. You only need to wait. Feel your breath now like a breeze across the surface, not hurried, not forced, just here. A presence too soft to be chased, too sacred to be controlled. Let the ripple move. Let the image distort. Let your sense of peace waver. It is not broken. It is only moving. And movement is allowed. Do you see how the ripple is only ever in response to what arrives? It is not you. It is a reaction. A wave that begins and ends. You are not required to react to your reaction. You are only required to witness. The mind will say, "This means something. This is dangerous. This will never settle." But the bowl knows better. It has held storms. It has held silence. And it has survived them all. Your emotions are not problems. They are visitors, passing through the surface, never touching the bottom. So let them pass, like a single breeze across a lake that forgets the wind the moment it stills. Your peace is not fragile, it's just deep, and depth takes time to remember itself. Breathe again, not to force quiet, but to remember you are allowed to hold what comes without becoming it. You are not the pebble, you are not the fear. You are the water that surrounds it, receives it, and returns to quiet. There is no effort here, only presence, no judgment, only breath, no performance, only truth. Even the moonlight doesn't ask to be seen. It only waits for the stillness to return. And so do you. Tonight, let the bowl hold you. Let the thoughts come and go. Let the ripples widen and fade. Let the past echo once, then fall silent. You don't need to grip the edge of the bowl to survive. You are the bowl. You have always been able to hold the movement and still remain. You have always known how to return to peace. Let the thought fall. Let it ripple. Let it go. You are still, and you are still here. You've been told to clear your mind, to make the thoughts stop, to silence everything inside you before you're allowed to rest. But what if stillness was not something you had to force, but something you simply returned to when the ripple finished its dance? What if you didn't chase quiet, but allowed it to find you, like the surface of the water waiting patiently for the last circle to fade? No rush, no punishment, just soft return. The thought came, it entered, it moved the calm, and now it leaves. You do not need to follow it. You do not need to explain it. You do not need to resist. You only need to breathe and remember. You are the one who remains. Even after the storm, the bowl still holds. Even after the voice, the silence still knows itself. That is the miracle of awareness. It is not what you feel. It is what watches you feel. It is the sky behind the cloud, the earth beneath the wind, the water beneath the ripple. No matter what thought enters, you are still here, and the water still settles. So let your body become the bowl tonight. Not heavy, not tight, just open, just enough to feel everything without drowning in anything. Let your breath widen like a shore that doesn't resist the wave. Let your chest rise without armor. Let your throat soften without apology. There is nothing to protect, You are already safe, even from yourself, even from the thoughts that once felt sharp. Time softens them, stillness humbles them, and sleep carries them back into silence. Do you remember the pond you sat beside when you were small? The way one leaf could make it tremble, and then how it would return to stillness as if nothing had ever happened. That's what this is. That's what you are. Not untouched, but resilient. Not numb, but vast. The surface moves, but the depths remain unchanged. Tonight, allow the world to move without you. Let it spin, let it shout, let it try to pull you back into momentum. But stay, here, still, like the center of a bowl that no longer needs to make a sound. Even your questions, they can wait. They do not need answers. They only need space. Give them that space now, not to solve them, but to free them. Not all thoughts are meant to be followed. Not all feelings require a conclusion. Some are simply pebbles meant to pass through the water, so you can remember what stillness feels like. This moment is not here to test you. It is here to carry you, and you are allowed to rest inside it. No analysis, no fixing, just the soft return to the breath that has always known how to stay. Let the ripple become sleep now. Let the surface settle. Let the bowl forget the pebble as easily as the moon forgets how many times it has been reflected. You are not required to hold everything. You are only required to be what holds it. And you do, with quiet grace, with silent strength, with sacred softness. Even now, especially now, so sleep. Not because you escaped the thought, but because you no longer resist its presence. You are not the thought. You are not the motion. You are not the noise. You are the still water, deep and unbroken, ready to reflect the sky once more. Sleep as the bowl sleeps, not empty, but open, not unfeeling, but untouched. Let the world continue. Let the ripple end. You are the quiet that remains. Some things you never learned, you just knew. Like how to love someone before they spoke. Like how to fear something you've never seen. Like how certain places felt like home long before you arrived. Not everything in your heart began in this life. There are knowings in you that arrived without explanation. People whose names you didn't know, but whose eyes you could not forget. Places you'd never been but missed, as if you were born missing them. Not memory, but feeling. A feeling that echoes, that brushes your skin like a breeze from another time. No story to tell, no image to paint, just presence, just ache, just recognition, as if your soul was whispering to itself. There is a boy who weeps beside a stream, and you do not know him, but your chest aches as if you were there. There is a song you've never heard, but your breath catches as if it knows what comes next. These are not just fictions. They are footprints left by lives you've walked but cannot name. You are not imagining the weight. You are remembering without memory. This is how the soul speaks, not in images but in sensation, not in facts but in longing. That one person you can't forget, the one who walked into your life and pressed every hidden bruise without ever trying. You don't know why they felt like home and danger at the same time. You only know you've danced that dance before, somewhere, sometime. Maybe as lovers, maybe as enemies, maybe as something softer, like two stars that flickered once beside each other before going out. You don't need the full story to believe in its truth, because the body knows, the soul remembers, and the ache is enough. You are not broken for feeling more than makes sense. You are not lost for loving what cannot stay. You are only walking with ghosts that still carry your scent. You are only brushing hands with lives that haven't quite let go. And there is no harm in that, no danger in feeling too deeply, only the ache of being too eternal for a world that forgets. Tonight, let the ache speak. Let the old grief hum quietly in the center of your chest, not to hurt you, but to remind you that something mattered before you had words for it. Not all pain is from this life, not all tenderness is new, and not all lessons were learned this time around. You are more than your years. You are more than your face. You are more than the name they gave you at birth. You are memory in motion. You are story without a page. You are feeling without source. And that is more than enough. Let yourself drift now, not into imagination, but into soul memory. Not into fantasy, but into recognition. Let your breath carry the fragments of feeling that have followed you here, not to solve them, only to honor them. You do not need to understand why you feel what you feel. You only need to trust that your soul does, and it will never lie to you. The past does not always return as words. Sometimes it returns as a silence that stirs something sacred inside your bones, and when it does, you listen. You let it rise. You let it move. You let it say its name without sound. You let it weep if it must, because that weeping might be a goodbye you never got to say, or a hello you never knew how to receive. And maybe tonight, you'll say both. There are moments you cannot place, but your body kneels before them as if they were altars from a forgotten temple, a scent, a voice, a certain time of day, and suddenly you're not here. Not in the way the world sees. You are somewhere else, and something inside you knows exactly where. You may not have a map, but you have the ache, you have the pull. You have the warm salt in your chest that tells you this is not the first time you have loved, or lost, or longed. We are travelers in bodies made of stories, but the soul remembers music older than language. You are not crazy for feeling what can't be proven. You are remembering in a way that no logic can contain. There was a lifetime where you gave everything, and it was not enough. You still carry the silence of that loss. There was a lifetime where you betrayed someone you loved, and the guilt lives like a whisper in your chest. There was a lifetime where you chose peace and walked away, and you never stopped looking back. You don't need to relive it. You don't need to repair it. You only need to feel that it mattered. You only need to bow to the echo without demanding the source. That is the work. That is the healing. Not solving the past, but listening to what it left behind. Maybe that fear you carry was never yours. Maybe it was passed down through lifetimes where safety was not promised. Maybe that tenderness, the one that makes you cry for strangers, is not a weakness. Maybe it's the memory of all the love you never got to keep. You feel so much, not because you're fragile, but because you've lived before. And every life leaves its color on the soul. A shade, a note, a rhythm that plays beneath the skin. You are a song written across centuries, and sometimes, in the quiet, in the dark, in the hush between thoughts, you hear it. You do not need to translate the music. You only need to let it move you. That person you couldn't forget. That place you dream about. That moment that never happened, but still lives in your bones. It may not make sense to the world, but your soul nods quietly. It says, yes, that was real. And maybe tonight you believe it. Let the feelings come like the tide comes, soft, slow, without asking for permission. Let them rise in your chest and fall down your spine like memory made of wind. Let them swirl, then soften. Let them touch you without fear. You are not cursed with too much emotion. You are blessed with memory that has not faded, and in that memory there is truth. Even if you don't know what lifetime it belongs to, even if it's not this one, you're not broken because you carry invisible things. You're eternal because you still feel them. Breathe now, as if every inhale is drawing in the scent of something sacred you once loved. Breathe out as if every exhale is a soft farewell to a name you never learned. No need to chase the meaning. The feeling is enough, and it will carry you exactly where you need to go. Let yourself fall into the space between stories. the place before timelines, the place beyond explanation, where only one thing is true. You have always loved, and you have always been loved, even when the names changed, even when the forms dissolved. That love never left. It only changed shape. And now, it becomes a feeling again, one that holds you while you sleep. You do not need to prove why you feel it. No one else needs to understand. This is not for them. This is for you, for the quiet you, the ancient you, the one who has walked centuries with open hands and aching heart and still believes in love without name. Tonight, you don't need to know who you were. You only need to bless what you feel. There is a tenderness that doesn't belong to this moment, but lives here anyway. It wakes with you, walks beside you, lays its head in your chest when no one's watching. It doesn't ask questions. It doesn't need permission. It simply is. And you've known it for lifetimes, not as a story but as a presence, not as history but as gravity. This is the kind of knowing that cannot be studied, only felt. You are not just remembering people, you're remembering ways of being. You're remembering how it felt to trust, to leave, to return, to lose, to carry someone else's sorrow as your own. You're remembering your own capacity to heal, to break, to rise again. You are remembering that your softness is not new, that your pain is not without lineage, that your grace has been earned through lifetimes of becoming, even if no one ever told you that your soul knows. And it bows now to every version of you who kept going, not because it was easy, but because something inside refused to stop loving, that something is still here, and it's why you feel what you feel. This life may never explain why you are so drawn to certain people, why some part of you aches at the sound of bells, or the sight of mountains, or the smell of smoke on rain. It may never give you the language, but the feeling will always be enough. The feeling will hold you, like an old friend with no name, like a prayer whispered in a tongue you don't speak but understand anyway, like a candle that keeps lighting itself in the dark. You don't need to chase what you already carry. You don't need to find what has never left. You only need to be exactly as you are. Soft, open, intuitively whole. And maybe tonight, that's the deepest healing of all, to stop needing the story and start trusting the feeling. Let it swell, let it drift, let it weep inside your chest without explanation. Not everything that matters can be explained, and not everything that hurts needs to be fixed. You are not here to be understood. You are here to be fully, quietly, eternally. Let your soul take the lead now. Let it carry you back to whatever it loved before names. Let it rock you with the rhythm of all the lives that led to this breath. This breath, here, now. The breath that knows how long you've walked. The breath that forgives what you've forgotten. The breath that welcomes you home, to a self beyond explanation. And as you sleep, feel the soul remembering in silence. The grief may not have words. The love may not have form. But they are here, still with you, still breathing, no longer asking to be seen, only asking to be allowed. Let it be allowed. Let your soul feel everything it came here to feel. Let it rest. Let it weep. Let it remember. You are not too much. You are not too sensitive. You are not imagining it. You are simply finally honoring what never left. And that is enough. Sleep now, not as escape, but as reunion. You are not alone. Not now. Not ever. There is a love in you older than words. And tonight, it sings you to sleep. There was once a monk who spent his life searching for more wisdom, more silence, more peace, more answers. He would sit by rivers, walk through forests, kneel in empty temples and still feel the ache of something missing. He drank tea every morning, poured by the same old hand, into the same cracked cup, under the same morning light, but never once did he taste it fully. He was always reaching for something else, something ahead, something beyond, something sacred that must surely be elsewhere. But this morning was different. There was no thunder, no sign from the sky, no sudden voice in the wind, only this, the teacup warm in his hands, and the quiet. He looked down and saw the steam rising softly, as if time itself was bowing. And something in him, something tired, something ready, stopped reaching. Just for a moment, and in that moment, he tasted it. Not the tea, but the life inside it. The sweetness of enough, the holiness of nothing missing. You have chased many things. Some have stayed, some have vanished. Some have broken your heart trying to be what you needed. But maybe the teacup was always full. Maybe the breath in your chest is not just survival, but abundance. Maybe presence was never the opposite of longing, but the end of it. This is what the monk felt. Not satisfaction from receiving, but freedom from chasing. His shoulders dropped, his eyes softened, and the steam rose like incense from a lifetime finally seen. He hadn't changed his robe. He hadn't left the monastery. He hadn't discovered some secret scroll. He had simply arrived in a moment he'd been living in all along. You've been taught that peace must be earned, that joy must be pursued, that gratitude is what you feel after you win. But what if it's simpler? What if it's here? Not later, not after, not when, now. In this breath, this quiet, this ordinary, sacred now. The monk realized his hunger wasn't for more, it was for now. Not a bigger bowl, not a higher teaching, just the soft permission to receive what had already arrived. And now, you may feel it too. You may feel the warmth in your hands, even if no cup is there. You may notice how your breath rises without asking for more. This is not a lesson. This is a remembering. You were not born incomplete. You were born open. And the world told you to fill the open space with striving. But the teacup was full before the pouring, because it was meant to hold the moment, not the world. You are that cup. And your worth does not depend on what fills you. It comes from your stillness, your readiness, your being here. The monk drank the tea, but what filled him was presence. He saw the crack in the cup and smiled. It had always been there. But today, he did not see a flaw. He saw a path where the light entered. You too have cracks. You too have moments you'd rather forget. But what if they're not wounds to be erased? What if they are what make you able to hold the light? The teacup had never been perfect, but it was always enough. And so are you. You have searched through so many rooms for something that has always been on the table in front of you. Maybe not shaped like success, maybe not loud like validation, but gentle, steady, true. This silence, this breath, this feeling that you are not waiting anymore. That is the tea. And tonight, you are allowed to sip it slowly. Let it warm your chest. Let it soften your jaw. Let it rest on your tongue like a blessing you forgot you'd already received. You are not late. You are not lost. You are not lacking. You are here. And that is the beginning of all fullness. You have looked for meaning in books, in people, in plans that promised peace just one more step ahead. But maybe peace was never the destination. Maybe it was the silence beneath every question, the stillness underneath every plan. You don't have to fix yourself to be worthy of this breath. You don't have to finish the story to rest inside the sentence you're in. The monk sat still, watching the last sip swirl at the bottom of the cup. And for the first time, he didn't feel the need to fill it again. He didn't feel the panic that the tea was running out. He didn't need to calculate how many mornings were left. He just breathed, because fullness was no longer measured by what he held, but by how gently he held it. You too can release the urgency. You too can stop chasing the next drop. What you have is not less because it is quiet. What you feel is not smaller because it can't be posted or proven. There is a joy that arrives only when nothing else is arriving. It waits for the still moment, the one where your hand stops reaching and simply rests. The monk once thought he would reach enlightenment through effort, but now he was beginning to suspect it might come through surrender. Not by adding more, but by seeing what had always been. You don't have to be someone else to be whole. You don't have to find a different life to find peace. You only have to see this one clearly. And that clarity does not come with effort. It comes like morning light gently, without force, through the same window you've looked through every day. It's not the view that changed. It's the eyes. The monk stood. He bowed to the cup, not because it was sacred, but because he finally was. You can bow now too, not to the world, not to the dream, not to the need, but to this breath, to this body that holds you, to this soul that stayed, to the quiet truth that you already have what you once begged for. You are not empty. You are not late. You are not missing anything. You are enough. And not just barely, but beautifully. You have always been the teacup, and even when it felt like nothing was inside, you were still holding something precious. Awareness, presence, the quiet miracle of being here. What fills you now doesn't come from outside. It comes from noticing what never left. This breath, this stillness, this soft gratitude for nothing new, just something finally seen. Let that be your sleep tonight, not the dream of more, but the peace of enough. Let the warmth settle in your belly. Let your fingers unclench. Let your thoughts dissolve into the steam of a life that no longer needs to be proven. You are not a question. You are not an improvement project. You are not a vessel waiting to be filled. You are full already. Now, and the moment you stop to feel it, you remember. So rest. Not because you finished, not because you earned it, but because the teacup was always full. And finally, you stopped long enough to see it. There is so much sound in the world, so many voices, expectations, instructions, regrets. Even now, in this stillness, you might feel them humming beneath your skin, all the things you didn't say, all the thoughts that won't stop returning, all the moments replaying like they're waiting to be rewritten. But underneath it all, there is something softer, something not made of thought, something that does not rise and fall with mood, something older than worry, quieter than language, more faithful than fear, a prayer. Not the kind spoken out loud, not the kind written in books. A prayer that was planted in you before you knew what pain was. A thread of stillness woven into your soul like breath itself. It doesn't shout. It doesn't push. It simply stays, waiting. It has never left you, even when you couldn't hear it. Even when the noise was loud enough to make you forget your own name, it was still there. A pulse beneath the storm, a presence beneath the pressure. Tonight, you are not here to silence the world. You are here to feel what was always speaking underneath it. The noise is not your enemy. It is only the surface. And you are not the surface. You are the depth. Let your breath show you the way. Inhale, slow and steady, and feel what remains. Exhale, and let the chaos rise. But don't follow it. Don't chase it. Don't fix it. Just listen deeper. Beneath the thought is the ache. Beneath the ache is the longing. And beneath the longing is the prayer. It says nothing dramatic. It asks for nothing grand. It only says, I am here. I have always been here. You are safe. There were days when you thought you'd fall apart. There were nights when your thoughts shouted too loudly to sleep. But still, you woke up. Still, you moved forward. Still, you breathed. Because something beneath all that noise kept holding you. It wasn't motivation. It wasn't logic. It wasn't anyone else's voice. It was your center. It was your prayer. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to name it. You only have to return. Let the breath do it for you. Let the stillness wrap around you like water holds a stone without asking it to change. The world can be chaos, but you can be the anchor. You are not here to escape the storm. You are here to remember that you are not made of it, and that memory is sacred. Let your mind spin if it must. Let the old thoughts return if they do. Let the fears knock at the door, but do not answer. Do not rise. Stay beneath it all, where the light has never flickered, where the silence is not empty but alive. That's where your prayer lives. That's where you begin again. Not in noise, not in story, but in stillness. You are still here. And that is enough. It is easy to believe that something outside you will bring peace, a new idea, a solution, a release. But the stillness you long for does not arrive from elsewhere. It awakens from within. It has no name, no urgency, no need to be found. It is already here. You only need to remember how to feel beneath the mind, how to breathe without chasing the next moment, how to sit without explaining your pain. There is a sacred space between thoughts, a temple no one can see but you. And inside that temple is your oldest companion, the quiet that never left, the voice that doesn't speak in words, the knowing that needs no reason. Some call it soul, some call it source, some call it nothing at all. But it doesn't care what you call it. It only wants to hold you. It is the part of you that doesn't panic when everything shifts. The part that has watched your joy rise, your heartbreak shatter, your questions spiral, and through it all, it never moved. Because it is not made of movement. It is made of presence. Like a mountain beneath the clouds, like the ocean floor beneath the waves, like the candle flame that stays lit even as the world turns. You have tried to quiet the noise, but tonight you can do something simpler. You can turn toward the prayer beneath it, the sound that isn't sound, the word that isn't spoken, the sanctuary that has never asked you to prove your worth. You've spent so much energy trying to control the surface, trying to fix the thinking, trying to solve the chaos. But now let it be. Let the noise be noise. Let the thoughts come and go. Let the questions knock without answering. You are not here to explain. You are here to rest. Even monks have thoughts. Even sages feel storms. But the difference is where they place their attention, not on the sky, but on the stillness beneath the wind. And that stillness is in you. Let it rise now, not with force, not with effort, with trust, with soft faith that you do not have to go anywhere to arrive. You are the one you've been searching for, not the version who knows more, not the healed version, not the enlightened version, just this you, now, this breath, this silence, this presence. Even if the thoughts return tomorrow, even if the noise grows louder again, you will still have this place inside where everything stops without needing to be shut down, where awareness floats like a feather on still water, where prayer is not spoken but lived. Every breath is a sacred syllable. Every pause is a hymn. Every moment of stillness is an act of devotion. You are not broken because the noise still comes. You are human, but deeper than the noise is the part of you that has never been shaken. It is your altar, your root, your return, and you are already home. The world outside you may shift. The mind may rise again tomorrow with 1,000 needs, 1,000 questions, 1,000 reasons to worry, but none of them can reach this place. This space you've touched tonight, this breath beneath the breath, this quiet that lives below the spinning. It does not need your perfection. It does not demand your clarity. It simply waits like a soft place in the heart that knows how to hold it all without tightening. You were not meant to control every sound. You were meant to hear the sacred rhythm inside them. the rhythm of return, the rhythm of letting go, the rhythm of stillness that pulses like a drumbeat beneath your story. Even now, you may hear thoughts fluttering, a memory, a worry, an unfinished conversation. Let them pass like birds across a twilight sky. Let them fade into the trees of your own silence. You do not need to chase them. You do not need to banish them. You are no longer the sky trying to erase every cloud. You are the space that holds it all. And deeper than the clouds, deeper than the thunder, deeper than even the breath itself, is the prayer. Still glowing, still speaking without words, still reminding you that you are more than the mind. You are the awareness that watches. You are the temple where nothing needs to be said to be sacred. The monk, once overwhelmed by the noise of his mind, finally sat long enough to hear what lived beneath it. Not silence, but something more, something alive, like a candle that never asked to be lit because it had never gone out. He began to bow not to silence, but to the silence beneath silence. He had found the prayer not by repeating mantras, but by listening for what never spoke yet always spoke to him. And now you may bow too. Bow not to finish, bow not to understand. Bow not because anything has ended, but because you have touched what was always here. You have remembered that beneath every question lives the peace that doesn't need an answer. This is not escape. This is arrival. This is not detachment. This is anchoring to the only thing that cannot be taken from you. This is the prayer beneath the noise. It is yours. It is you. And even when the world returns, even when the voices rise again, you will know the way back, not through effort, not through silence, but through presence. This breath, this pause, this sacred moment that doesn't ask you to do, only to be. Let your thoughts soften now. Let your chest loosen. Let your hands rest open. You are not holding anything. You are not trying to carry the storm anymore. You are here, fully, finally, quietly, and that is enough. Let the noise fade. Let the world spin. You are with the thread beneath it all, and it is singing your name without sound. Sleep now, not because the world is quiet, but because you are. There is a mirror in the center of the monastery. No frame, no crack, no dust, just stillness, just space. It reflects the monks as they pass, robes moving like breath, eyes cast down, minds somewhere between sky and silence. But when they leave, it forgets them. It holds no memory of who walked by, no attachment to what it saw, no need to preserve a single face. That is its nature. And because of this, the mirror remains peaceful. You have been carrying your reflection too long, not just in glass, but in the mind, in the names you wear, in the story that whispers who you should be, who you were, who they said you were. But what if you let the mirror forget? What if, just for now, you allowed the reflection to fade? The mind will resist. It will reach for something to hold, a role, a name, a wound to polish until it shines like identity. But you are not the thing you polish. You are the one who notices the polishing, and even that is only a moment. Let it go. Let the image blur. Let the story loosen. Let the identity drop like dust from the edge of a mirror that has no need to cling. You have spent years trying to be someone, good, capable, special, worthy, but the mirror never asks who you are. It only reflects and lets go. And maybe peace begins where striving ends. You do not need to define yourself to exist. You do not need to cling to who you were to sleep. You are not your thoughts. You are not your history. You are not the voice repeating your name when no one is listening. You are the awareness beneath it all. And awareness does not have a name. It only sees. And seeing is enough. The mirror doesn't judge what it shows. It doesn't celebrate a beautiful face or condemn a tired one. It only receives the image and returns to stillness when it's gone. What would it feel like to be like that? To receive each moment and not become it? To let thoughts pass without turning them into truth? To let emotions rise without calling them identity? You have the capacity to let go of yourself without disappearing. You are still here. Even without the story, even without the title, even without the memory of who you were yesterday. Breathe. The mirror is still. And in that stillness there is no demand to be anything. There is no pressure to perform your own existence. You simply are, like the sky, like the wind, like the flame that flickers without asking permission. And in that being, you are free. You may not know who you are, but you can know what you are not. You are not the mask. You are not the fear. You are not the version of you someone else invented to feel safe. You are awareness, gentle, open, vast, unclinging. Tonight, the mirror forgets your name, and it is a blessing. Because when you forget your name, you remember your nature. And your nature is peace. There is something sacred about not being anyone for a while, not being the one who must decide, not being the one who must heal, not being the one who must explain, only resting, only breathing, only watching as the shapes pass through. This is not a loss, it is a return to the place where you do not have to wear yourself like armor, to the space where you are not shaped by who remembers you, but by how deeply you forget what no longer matters. The monk once asked the master, "What am I without my thoughts?" The master smiled and said, "You were that before you asked." It is not that the self must be destroyed, only that it must be seen for what it is: a ripple, a reflection, a wave upon the surface of something much deeper. You have spent many years trying to hold yourself together, as if you were a house with walls that could crumble. But maybe you were never a house. Maybe you are the sky, and the sky does not break when a cloud passes through. Let your self-image be a cloud. Let your opinions dissolve like vapor at sunrise. Let your mistakes be mist. You were never meant to be one shape forever. You are like water, formless, adaptable, true. And the mirror? The mirror reflects but never becomes. This is your gift. To hold the memory without becoming the memory. To witness the role without becoming the role. To feel the emotion without becoming the storm. You are not here to solve yourself. You are here to stop performing long enough to remember that being is enough. Let your name rest tonight. Let the titles unravel. Let the idea of who you must be fade like fog against a quiet mountain. You have been given too many mirrors that only showed you a face of effort. But now, you are looking into a mirror that holds nothing and reflects everything. And it doesn't hold on to you, not because it doesn't care, but because it knows you were never the reflection. You were the space. And space needs no identity to exist. You may remember pain. You may feel it stir beneath the skin. But pain is not you. It is an echo, a ripple, a visitor. You are the still pool that holds it and lets it go. No grasping, no clinging, no becoming. Only watching, only resting, only being. And in this state, beyond identity, beyond story, you begin to feel what has always been true. That you were never broken, only misnamed. That you were never incomplete, only misseen. That you were never lost, only wearing a costume that was too small for the soul you carry. The mirror never clings to the image it reflects. Why should you? Let the image fade. Let your face blur. Let the one you think you are step softly into the mist and disappear. And what remains is peace. The kind of peace that doesn't need to be explained. The kind that is not a result, but a resting. You are not missing. You are here. But not as someone, not as a label, not as a version. You are here as presence, as stillness, as the quiet before thought begins. And that is enough for tonight. There is a silence deeper than stillness, a kind of silence that doesn't come from quieting the world, but from forgetting who was listening. It is the silence beneath the need to be seen. The silence that remains when the mirror turns inward and finds no image left. You are not disappearing. You are dissolving, and what dissolves was never truly you. You are not the thought that says, "I am." You are the space where even that thought floats like a feather and passes. And without the story, you remain, soft, open, vast. The monk sat before the mirror, long after the others had gone. He stared, not to admire but to empty. And slowly, his mind let go of trying to recognize what it saw, until he wasn't looking at himself at all, only light and stillness and space. And he wept, not out of sadness, but from relief. He no longer needed to be anyone, and somehow he had never felt more real. You don't have to disappear to feel peace. You only need to stop grasping what cannot be held. The self is a wave on the surface of the sea. You are the sea, and the mirror, it is not your enemy. It is not a judge. It is only a reminder, this too shall pass. Even your name, even your memory, even the stories you repeat to remember who you are, they are weather. But you are the sky, and the sky does not mourn each cloud that leaves. So sleep now, not as a character in a story, not as a name, not as a version of who you thought you should be. Sleep as space, as breath, as the mirror that forgot your name and became peace. You will wake again tomorrow. You will wear your roles. You will speak your name. You will live your story. But something in you will remain unchanged, unshaped, untouched. And that is the part that sleeps now. Not to forget, but to return to the center, to the nameless, to the sacred space where identity ends and truth begins. Breathe here. Not as someone, but as presence itself. There is no rush. There is no need. There is only what has always been waiting you, without the mask. You, without the mirror. And even now, as your thoughts begin to quiet, as your body softens, as your awareness begins to fade into the quiet folds of sleep, you are still held, not by who you are, but by what you are. Stillness, presence, peace, and the mirror, it does not miss you, it does not remember, but that is the gift. For in forgetting your name, you have remembered your soul, and your soul has never needed a name to be whole. Rest here, name forgotten, self-surrendered, peace unbroken. This is what you are, and always were. There was once a monk who never argued with his mind. When a thought came, he bowed. When a memory arrived, he smiled. When a fear stood in the doorway, he opened it wide and let it in. Other monks found this strange. They meditated to silence the mind, to push the thoughts away, to chase the stillness, like chasing sunlight through the trees. But this monk, he sat quietly, and when the thought knocked, he poured tea. He did not ask where it came from. He did not ask how long it would stay. He simply let it be. And the thoughts, strangely, began to soften. They didn't stay long. They didn't raise their voices. They came like guests and left like wind, because they were not resisted. You have spent many nights fighting your thoughts, wrestling them, correcting them, trying to meditate them into silence. But what if you didn't? What if, tonight, you were like that monk? You do not need to agree with your mind. You do not need to believe every fear. You only need to welcome them as visitors. Some visitors are kind, some are heavy, some are noisy, some are painful, but none of them are you. You are the host, the watcher, the stillness behind the conversation. The thought is just a shape, a shadow passing through light. And when you stop trying to grab it, it keeps moving. Let your mind move tonight. Let it wander if it must. Let the old stories return if they need to, but welcome them. Let them enter like guests in a tea house. Let them sit for a moment. Let them speak. And then bow. Not because you agree, not because you need them, but because you are kind. And kindness changes everything. When fear comes, bow. When shame returns, pour tea. When longing enters with tired feet and trembling hands, offer it a cushion and let it speak until it's done. You are not your thoughts. You are the space that makes room for them, and the more space you make, the softer they become. Even now, you might feel one stirring, a thought rising like steam from your memory. Let it rise. Name it guest, name it passing, name it wind, and breathe. This is your practice. Not silencing the mind, but softening your grip on it. Not erasing thoughts, but watching them leave without chasing after. You are the monk now, and the tea is ready. There is no battle. There is only presence, and in presence everything finds its way out in time. Even the oldest fears, even the stories you've told too many times, even the voices that once lived inside you like uninvited guests who refuse to leave. They will go, not because you force them, but because you no longer hold them. Let go, and they will float. Let go, and you will rest. Let go, and you will remember you were never the thought, you were always the one who noticed it. There is a quiet courage in letting things be without needing to fix them. The monk understood this. He did not try to make the thoughts better or prettier. He did not organize them into meaning, did not label one as truth and another as illusion. He simply received them all with the same gesture, an open palm, a half smile, a place to sit and be seen, and that was enough. You have spent much of your life sorting thoughts like stones: good, bad, heavy, useful, dangerous. But tonight, you are not the judge of stones. You are the river. Let them pass. You are not responsible for every thought that visits. You are responsible only for how tightly you grip, and you no longer need to grip. Imagine your mind as a large wooden door hinged to silence. Each time a thought knocks, open it, bow, and let it pass. You do not need to close the door quickly. You do not need to shout the thought down. You do not need to hold it, examine it, argue with it. Only welcome, only watch. And then, when the moment feels natural, release. The monk once welcomed a terrible thought, a fear so sharp it shook his spine. He bowed, trembling, poured tea with hands that didn't want to be still. And the fear said nothing. It simply sat beside him. No threats, no commands, just presence. Until, like all things, it stood and left. And the monk cleaned the cup and bowed again. You have the same power, the power not to suppress but to see. To recognize that fear is not an enemy, but a guest that forgets how to leave when met with resistance. You can soften it by not fighting it. You can loosen its grip by not grabbing it. You can offer it silence, and it will eventually fade. The mind may be loud, but your presence is deeper than its noise. There is a part of you that has never been afraid of any thought. It is the still watcher, the timeless host, the witness who sees without naming, feels without drowning. That part of you is here now, and it welcomes this moment without resistance. Even as thoughts come, even as the past flickers, even as old feelings drift through your chest like fog through trees, you can let them, because you are not made of fog. You are the mountain beneath it, still, kind, unmoved. And when the thoughts finish their tea and leave, you do not follow, you stay, not waiting for the next thought, not preparing for another guest, just breathing into the quiet room that was never truly full. The emptiness you feared is not lonely, it is peaceful, it is here, and you are learning to trust it. You do not need to heal every thought before you rest. You only need to bow and let it pass. And when the next one comes, you will bow again, not as a duty, but as an act of love. Sleep does not come from the absence of thoughts. It comes when the mind knows it is safe to let go, and the mind lets go when it is not being punished for showing up. You have tried to silence it by force, by distraction, by exhaustion, but the monk used no such weapons. He used gentleness, and so the thoughts, no longer needing to shout, began to whisper. Then pause, then leave. The mind is not a beast to be tamed. It is a child to be comforted, a guest to be understood, a stream to be watched without trying to redirect. Let your thoughts flow now. Don't fear the ones that return. Don't chase the ones that leave. All of them are guests, and you, dear one, are not their servant. You are the host. Even if the thought is loud, welcome it. Even if it is strange, bow to it. Even if it is painful, see if it needs to be held just once before it can go. Your mind has not failed you. It is only tired. It has been carrying too many stories without knowing which ones were yours. And tonight, you begin to sort them not by truth or falsehood, but by kindness. The monk once welcomed a thought that said he was unworthy. He sat with it, poured tea, listened, and when it left, he bowed, not because it was right, but because it, too, had needed love. And so do your thoughts, not to be fed, but to be freed. And freedom only comes through seeing without fear. This is how peace arrives. Not in silence, but in the space that no longer fights noise. Not in perfection, but in presence that doesn't shrink when old memories walk back through the door. You are not healing by erasing, you are healing by welcoming. And in this welcoming, you begin to see that nothing needs to be changed to be loved. Let the thoughts be strange. Let them wander. Let them surprise you. Let them come and let them go. Like monks passing through a temple courtyard, each one bows. Each one is blessed. Each one continues on. And the temple remains. You are that temple. You are that stillness. And tonight, as you lie here, with the echoes of thought still brushing your mind, you no longer fear them. You have opened the door. You have set the table. You have become the host who does not chase or close off or control. You simply receive and release. And when nothing more comes, you remain like a candle that lights the room long after the guests have gone. This is the practice. Not to stop the thought, but to soften its need to stay. Not to hold on, but to hold space. And now, as your body loosens, as your breath deepens, as your presence expands into the vast quiet of this night, you may finally rest. Not because your thoughts are gone, but because they no longer define you. Not because your mind is silent, but because it is seen. And everything seen becomes peaceful in time. So let sleep arrive. Not as an escape, but as a return to the part of you that never rushed, never fought, never feared. The part of you that has always known how to sit quietly in the temple and greet every thought like a guest who is already on their way out. There was once a rock who dreamed of floating. The river laughed when the rock told her. "You are stone," she said, "not leaf." But the rock did not argue. It only closed its eyes and imagined lightness, not because it made sense, but because it needed to believe it could be more than its weight. You have carried something heavy for a very long time, not just memories but meanings, what it meant when they left, what it meant when it broke, what it meant when no one came to lift the thing you never chose to hold. But there is a secret. The meaning is heavier than the memory, and sometimes what weighs you down is not the thing that happened but the story you were forced to carry with it. You were told, you are the rock, solid, shaped by force, unmovable, marked by everything that struck you. But you are not the rock. You are the dream inside it, the whisper that says, What if I could float? Even now, there is something in you light as air. It stirs beneath the stone, a breath, a question, a flicker. Can heaviness leave without being solved? Can pain dissolve without being understood? The monks say there is a moment when the burden lifts, not because it was fixed, but because it was no longer clutched, like a hand unclenching after years of holding what no longer belongs. You do not need to understand your burden to release it. You only need to stop wrapping your name around it. Stop saying, "This is mine, this is me, this is forever." It isn't. It's a rock in the river, and the river is moving. Let the river carry you tonight. Let it show you what happens when you don't fight the current. Float, not because you have wings, but because you have stopped sinking. Sink into breath. Sink into the sound of the dark softening around you. Let go of holding yourself together. You don't need to be solid anymore. You can be water. You can be air. Even stone becomes sand when it stops resisting time. There is no shame in being soft. Softness is how the rock becomes something new. The wind spoke to the rock one evening near the shore. "You are not made to move," it said, "but you are made to change." The rock didn't understand. Change seemed like a thing for water, for sky, for birds, not for something that had always been still. But the wind was patient. And it stayed. Night after night, it brushed the surface of the stone with whispers, not commands, not pressure, just presence. Until, over many years, the stone began to smooth. Its edges softened, its sharpness eased. Not because it pushed, but because something outside it refused to leave. That is how your grief softens, not all at once, not through force, but through presence. The presence that says, "I will stay with this pain. I will not fight it, but I will not let it carve me anymore." Your pain has teeth, but it also has a voice. And sometimes, what it says is not a threat, but a memory that wants to be heard before it can dissolve. The rock does not float because it became lighter. It floats because it stopped pretending it had to stay where it fell. Even now, there is a part of you that thinks healing means becoming unbreakable. But healing is the art of becoming undefended. It is not the armor you wear, it's the moment you take it off. You don't need to be hard to be strong. You don't need to be silent to be whole. You don't need to be still to be safe. You can move, you can change, you can float. Close your eyes now, not to escape, but to remember what it felt like before the heaviness came, before the memory had words, before the wound became identity, before you said, "This is who I am because of what happened." There was a moment, long ago, when you were only breath, only wonder, only sky inside skin. That part of you has not vanished. It's waiting beneath the story, beneath the guilt, beneath the idea that you must hold it all until it crushes you. You don't. You can set it down. Even now, even without permission, even without resolution, you can release what will never resolve and let the unresolved float away. Not because it's finished, but because you're finished carrying it. The monks once said, "You cannot cross the river if you clutch the rock." Let it go. Let the current guide you. There is no shame in being carried. Let your body feel held by something larger than your understanding. Let sleep become the river tonight. Let breath become the current. Let kindness be the oar you no longer need to grip. You are not sinking. You are learning how to float. And the sky above you has waited long to see you rest. The monk once asked his teacher, "Why do I still feel heavy, even when I understand the teachings?" The master looked at him kindly. Then he picked up a small stone and placed it in the monk's hand. "Carry this through every part of the temple," he said, "but never grip it." The monk walked through the garden, through the meditation hall, through the rain. And when he returned, the teacher asked, "Did it weigh you down?" The monk said, "Number, it was only heavy when I held it tight." The master smiled. That is your mind. Sometimes the weight you feel is not the stone, but the fist. Tonight, you can open your hand. The story can stay, the memory can remain, but the grip, the grasping that can soften. You are not abandoning yourself. You are freeing yourself from the part that confused holding with healing. Let the old thoughts float past now. Let them drift like petals in a dark river. You don't have to push them away. You don't have to pull them close. You only have to watch them pass with the same softness that once watched over you when you were too small to understand. You are not the sharp edge. You are the soft hand. Not the burden, but the breath beneath it. Not the broken stone, but the river it now rides upon. It may take time to trust the letting go, because holding pain once kept you safe, but now it only keeps you from floating. You can love what happened without needing to carry it. You can forgive without forgetting yourself. You can be free without finishing the story. And when the weight returns, as all things do, you will know how to greet it without fear. You will hold it without claiming it. And when it's ready, you will place it in the river and watch it go. There is no need to carry every stone to the end of your life. Some were meant to fall away. Some were only borrowed. Some belonged to those who could not bear them and handed them to you without knowing the cost. You do not need to carry what was never yours. Tonight, the water is kind. Tonight, you are light, not because the world is easier, but because you are not bracing against it. You are not a rock. You are what watches the rock and wishes it peace. That is your power. The quiet letting go, the invisible release, the sacred practice of loosening your soul from the idea that you are what you carry. You are not. You are who sets it down. So rest now. Float now. Not in the absence of pain, but in the freedom from needing to solve it tonight. You are allowed to be light, even if only for this breath. You are allowed to close your eyes without one last thought to hold in your arms. The river is wide, the water is warm, and the sky above you has always known that even the heaviest rock can learn to let go. And when it does, it floats. The storm came without permission. It did not knock. It did not wait for invitation. It arrived like all storms do, suddenly, loudly, without apology. The sky did not argue. It did not cry out, "This should not be happening." It did not try to close its arms around the thunder. The sky simply remained, unmoved, vast, holding. You have known such storms, emotional winds that bend your branches, memories that strike like lightning, thoughts that roar across the quiet you worked so hard to keep, and somewhere inside you, you've asked, why am I not calm yet? Why does the storm return? But calmness is not the absence of weather. It is the presence that watches it all. You are not the storm, you are the sky. And the sky is never broken by what passes through it. Even now, as thoughts stir, as emotions ripple through your chest like rain on water, there is a deeper you that watches. A stillness older than the mind, a silence that never left. Not once, not even when you cried, not even when you shattered, not even when you screamed your truth into the wind and heard nothing back. The silence was there. It did not speak because it does not need to. It witnessed, and witnessing is a sacred kind of love. Close your eyes now, if they are not already closed. Feel your chest rise as if it were a small sky lifting with wind. Let the thoughts pass like clouds you do not need to chase. Let the fear come like thunder you do not need to silence. There is no command here, only seeing, only breath. Even your pain is held by something larger. Even your doubt is not stronger than your witnessing. The monks say that true peace is not found in avoiding the storm, but in remembering you are the space it cannot touch. The storm may be loud, but you are the silence that listens without fear. And silence never shatters. Let the images come, let the memories return, let them knock, cry, rage, but do not become them. You can bow without becoming. You can feel without drowning. You can watch without reacting. This is your sacred power, the ability to be with everything and still remain. Stillness does not mean nothing moves. It means something in you no longer moves with the chaos. It watches, it breathes, it stays, and that is enough. Let go now of the need to fix the weather. Let go of the dream of permanent sun. Let the rain fall. Let the wind rise. You will not be torn, because you are no longer the tree. You are the sky that lets the tree sway. And when the storm is tired, when the last cloud fades, you will still be here, the same, vast, watching. And in that silence, you will remember you never had to survive the storm. You only had to stay with yourself while it passed. Sometimes, the storm is not outside. It is not wind or rain, but memory. Not thunder in the clouds, but voices in the mind that have not yet learned to soften. And you have walked through many inner storms without an umbrella, without shelter, without even the words to say you were hurting. But something in you watched, even then. Even in your smallest moment, when your breath was shallow and your heart too full to speak, something in you remained. That was silence. Not the kind that means nothing, but the kind that means everything. The kind that bears witness without adding noise. The kind that sees pain and does not flinch. You have mistaken silence for emptiness, but tonight you remember. Silence is not the absence of sound, it is the presence of space. And in that space, you are free. Free to cry without being pulled under. Free to feel without drowning. Free to let everything be as it is and still be whole. The sky does not hold the storm forever, and neither must you. Let the thoughts flash and disappear. Let the old fears rise and fall. Let the ache come and go. And you remain. You are not the one who breaks. You are the one who sees what breaks and holds it with gentle hands. You do not need to become what visits you. You do not need to turn into the voice that doubts, the shadow that whispers, the wind that shakes your chest. You can stay as you are, breathing, witnessing, being. The monks say that when a person learns to be still in a storm, they are no longer caught in it. They become the temple the storm cannot enter. Let your body be that temple. Let your breath be the bell that calls you home, not to fight, not to fix, but to remain. When guilt rises like wind, bow. When anxiety flutters like leaves, watch. When the mind spins its stories of not enough, listen like the sky listens with no need to reply. You are not broken. You are becoming spacious. You are not fragile. You are learning to bend without snapping. You are not behind. You are here, and here is enough. Rest now in the center of your own sky. Let the winds move. Let the past echo. Let the world twist itself into all its shapes. But stay where you are, inside yourself. Still, present, watching, not waiting for peace, but remembering you already are it. The storm never had power over the sky, and your pain no longer has power over your presence. You are returning now, not to who you were, but to who was always watching, the one who never panicked, the one who never left, the one who knew you was still here beneath it all. So when the storm returns, as it will, you'll know what to do. Not resist, not flee, not fight. You'll sit, you'll breathe, you'll watch. And your watching will be enough to remind the world that nothing louder than presence can stay for long. Let your thoughts fade now. Let your body rest. You've weathered much, and you've remembered what cannot be weathered. The sky does not end, and neither do you. You are the vastness. You are the silence that watches the storm until it tires and bows and disappears into the place it came from. And when it does, you will still be here, soft, Unmoved, eternal, the student arrived after many years. Dust on his robe, silence in his mouth, a heart full of questions he could no longer name. He knelt at the master's feet, expecting a lesson, but the master did not speak. He stood, he stepped forward, and without a word, he bowed. The student, startled, lowered his gaze. This must be a test, he thought. Some Zen koan, some strange gesture meant to point beyond itself. But the master remained bowed, not in riddle, but in reverence. Not to teach, but to honor. You too have walked far. Maybe not across mountains, but across memory, across grief, across seasons of the soul that felt like deserts. You've waited for someone to bless you, to name you worthy, to finally say, you did it right. But what if the master has already bowed, and you simply did not see? So much of your suffering came not from failure, but from thinking you were always a student who needed one more lesson, one more answer, one more practice, one more proof that you were worthy of the robe you were already wearing. But there is no robe to earn, no rank to reach, no gate to pass. You were never outside the temple. You were the temple, and the master knew. That is why he bowed. Not because you were perfect, not because you had no shadow, but because you had walked through it without losing your soul. There is something in you that knows how to return to the center again and again, no matter how far you wander. That is wisdom, not knowledge, not control, but the courage to come back without shame, to breathe again after breaking, to kneel again after falling, to speak again after silence. The student trembled, his eyes burned. He wanted to cry, but held it back. Still, the master remained bowed. And in that gesture was every answer he had ever sought. Let yourself be seen tonight, not by a teacher, not by a god, but by the part of you that has waited quietly for permission to be whole. That part does not shout. It bows. It sees your doubt and smiles. It sees your past and still stays. It sees your fear and opens its hands. You have punished yourself for being unfinished, but the truth is softer. You are not unfinished. You are unfolding. And every unfolding is sacred. Even your confusion, even your longing, even your restlessness. They are not mistakes. They are movement. Movement towards something you don't need to name to belong to. You do not have to earn rest. You do not have to prove peace. You only have to allow what already bows to you to be felt. Let your heart be touched by something deeper than instruction. Let reverence find you, not because you are high above, but because you have knelt and not collapsed, because you have questioned and not closed, because you have suffered and still softened. The master knew, the silence told him, and that is why he bowed. Not to teach you, but to remind you, you already know. The student stood but could not lift his eyes. For all his years he had believed that greatness stood above him. That wisdom was always far ahead, that truth was somewhere else. But now, in the hush of that sacred room, with no chant, no scripture, only breath and bowed heads he saw, not with his mind, but with the quiet that follows when the search finally stops. And maybe you are here tonight not to learn something new, but to feel what has been quietly waiting to be received. You have not lacked wisdom. You have lacked permission to trust it. How many nights have you doubted your knowing? How many times have you handed your light to someone else because you thought theirs must shine truer? But what if your light was never meant to match? What if your path wasn't crooked, just unfamiliar? The master bowed not to your answers, but to your presence, to the way you stayed soft when the world begged you to harden, to the way you wept and still reached for others with an open hand, to the way you questioned without running, to the way you listened without needing to be loud. This is power, not the kind they sell in books, not the kind that dominates, but the kind that dignifies, that says, even in my fear I stayed, even in my mess I loved, even without a title I mattered. That is why the Master bowed, not in ritual, but in recognition. There is a mirror hidden in every bow. When the Master knelt, he gave you back your reflection, not the one filtered through shame, but the one that breathes with unshakable quiet. And maybe now, as you rest, you can let that image return to you. Not the one with failure carved into it, not the one built of striving, not the one shaped by others' voices, but the image of someone who is already whole, who has always been whole, and who has nothing left to chase, only to receive. Let sleep become that bow tonight. Let the body release what it no longer needs to hold. Let the breath become a gentle honoring of this exact moment you find yourself in. Not ahead, not behind, not fixed, not broken, just here, aware. Enough. You have walked far enough to stop measuring, to stop striving, to stop asking what more must be done. The answer is silence, and the silence says, you are already it. The teacher's work is done when the student no longer believes they are small, and the soul's work begins when you stop asking to be seen because you already know you are. Let this knowing rest in your chest like a candle, in stillness. It doesn't need to burn bright, only steady. And when the old voices return, telling you you're not there yet, bow to them too, not as truth, but as guests. And then return to the reverent silence that has never left you, the silence that watched you fall and did not flinch, the silence that saw you rise and did not clap, the silence that knows you beyond shape or name. The Master bowed because he saw that silence in your eyes. And now, as you sleep, may you feel it again, not in words, but in presence, not in teaching, but in truth. You were never the student. You were the light that needed no instruction. And now that you know, you may finally rest, because the lesson was never outside you. It was in the moment you finally saw yourself through the Master's eyes and bowed back. It begins with a single thought, small, harmless, a flicker in the dark. Not loud but familiar, the kind of thought that knocks gently, a memory, a name, a question without an answer. You've heard this one before. It always comes when the world finally quiets, when the breath softens, when sleep is near. It tiptoes in, just to see if you're still awake enough to follow it. But tonight, something in you does not rise. You do not chase it. You do not turn to it like a parent to a crying child. You simply watch, like the sky watching the moon rise and vanish, like a monk watching incense burn without needing to hold the smoke. And something changes, because when a thought is not touched, not named, not feared, it begins to lose shape. The edges blur. The form softens. The story dissolves. Until the thought is no longer a thought. It is only light. A gentle glow hovering like dust in the air after a candle is blown out. You've always believed you needed to stop your thoughts, silence them, control them. But there is another way. You can let them melt. Not by effort, not by force, but by presence. A quiet presence that does not add heat, does not offer fuel, does not argue or explain. You sit with the thought as if it were the last snowflake on your palm, beautiful, fleeting, and already vanishing. There is no need to trap it in meaning, no need to tell a story around it, no need to ask why it came. It came, you saw, and now it melts. Let this be your practice tonight, to watch each thought rise, float, and disappear, to see them not as noise, but as light unfolding into silence. Some will come as words. Some will come as images, a face, a hallway, a fear, a voice. Welcome them, and then do nothing. Let them pass like wind over water, seen but never grasped. Let them melt before you decide what they mean, because they are not truth. They are not prophecy. They are not commands. They are passing. And you are the stillness that does not need to hold them to be real. One by one they rise, and one by one they melt. And what remains is not emptiness, but peace. The kind of peace that doesn't explain itself. The kind that holds without hands, that sees without eyes, that knows without proof. Let the mind be light now. Let the breath be long. Let the space between thoughts open wide enough to become your home. You do not need to finish any thought to be free of it. You do not need to follow it to understand it. You only need to stay, here, breathing, witnessing, and in time, the thoughts that once demanded your name, your attention, your identity will no longer need to speak. They will return to what they were before language, light. And you will remember that silence was always the source, not the goal, not the prize, but the beginning, the place you never actually left, the space beneath every word that said, "You are already home." There is a moment when light no longer needs to shine to be known, a moment when the candle has burned low, the smoke rises, and you feel not loss, but relief. This is what your thoughts become when they are no longer clung to, not fire, but glow, not argument, but atmosphere. And the mind, so long wrapped in effort, finally exhales. Let yourself arrive in that moment, the moment after the thought fades, the moment before the next one comes, the space between. That space is not empty, it is holy. It is where your soul remembers itself. You do not need more light. You only need to stop holding the shadows. Every thought that floats past now is a guest already packing their bags. They do not need rooms. They do not need food. They are already on their way. Wave gently, wish them well, and return to the silence that watches it all. Let your chest open like the sky before dawn. Let your jaw loosen like the earth after rain. Let your eyes soften like the ocean when the tide no longer pulls. You are becoming still, but not silent. You are luminous, because what remains now is not the thought, but the light it dissolved into, the glow that needs no source, the warmth that exists only because you stopped trying to understand the fire. Some thoughts will return. This is not failure. This is breath. But now, you meet them differently. You do not pull them inside. You do not build temples around them. You do not bow. You notice. You smile. You let them melt. And as they melt, you melt too. Into the bed beneath you. Into the night around you. Into the quiet that no longer asks anything of you. There is no more teaching tonight. No more story. No more meaning to extract. You have done enough, not by solving, but by staying, not by effort, but by softening. Let your final thought rise now, the one that has clung so long, the one that says, you must try, you must fix, you must prove. Let it rise in its full shape. Let it speak if it must. And then, watch. Watch how it softens, how it forgets its sharpness, how it loses its name, how it glows not to demand attention, but as a blessing on its way out. And now it leaves, floating into the dark like a lantern with no need to land. You are not chasing. You are not clinging. You are simply becoming the space where light returns. Not as fire, but as presence. Not as thought, but as being. Not as weight, but as warmth. You are no longer the thinker trying to escape thought. You are the light that watches thought disappear. And what a freedom that is. To not be the cloud, to not be the storm, to not even be the sky, but the light behind all of it. The light before the first breath. The light that melts everything without leaving. Sleep now, luminous one. There is nothing more to hold, nothing more to finish, nothing more to solve. Only this moment, quiet, and full. You are the thought that has melted into light, and now you are free. The story goes like this. There was a monk who always fell asleep. During morning chanting, he snored. During walking meditation, he wandered off and lay under a tree. During the master's talks, he yawned so widely birds considered building nests in his mouth. Other monks whispered. They chuckled behind their bowls of rice. They practiced mindfulness and judged him very mindfully. But the master never scolded, not once. One day, after a particularly profound teaching, one that left all the monks wide-eyed and full of spiritual wind, the sleepy monk dozed off again, right in front of the altar, like a cat in a sunbeam. And the master, with a smile as soft as old cloth, walked over and placed a hand on the monk's shoulder. "Very good," he said. "You understand." The others were stunned. Had they missed something? Was there a secret enlightenment hidden in the snore? The master turned to them and spoke simply. "Some of you are awake, but still dreaming. He is asleep and finally resting. You've tried so hard to awaken, to be better, to be aware, to be clear, but have you rested? Or have you only struggled in silence while calling it spiritual? There is a strange kind of ego that hides inside the need to always be growing, the need to learn even while exhausted, to improve even when it costs your joy, to stay alert even when the body begs for stillness. But what if the most enlightened thing you can do tonight is let go of the need to improve? What if rest is not a break from the journey, but the journey itself? What if sleep is a holy bow? Even the Buddha slept. Even the stars fade behind clouds. Even monks snore. You do not become sacred by avoiding rest. You become sacred by allowing it, because sleep is where the mind steps aside and something wiser rises quietly beneath it. That monk who slept through enlightenment, maybe he wasn't missing anything. Maybe he knew that chasing wisdom can become a distraction from receiving it. And maybe now, so do you. There is a peace that only sleep can deliver, not because it teaches, but because it undoes. It unwinds the knots no thought can untie. It mends the tears no mantra can reach. It says, you don't have to carry it anymore, even your search for light. Let yourself be the monk now. Let yourself curl into stillness and surrender the idea that there's something left to figure out tonight. There isn't. The lesson is not missing. The teacher is not waiting. The moment is not passing you by. You are here, and here is holy. Let your eyelids lower like temple doors at dusk. Let your breath slow like footsteps leaving the zendo. Let your shoulders drop like robes placed in a basket after evening prayers. You have practiced enough. You have tried enough. Now you may rest. And if anyone asks you why you fell asleep in the middle of seeking, then smile and say, I understood. The other monks, still wide-eyed from the master's words, watched the sleeping monk as if he had become some great hidden sutra. They tiptoed around him. One even bowed, just in case, because now they weren't so sure what awakening looked like. Maybe it wasn't fireworks in the brain. Maybe it wasn't a lightning bolt of truth. Maybe, just maybe, it was a soft snore in a holy room. There's something healing in giving up the chase, not because you failed, but because you finally realize there's nowhere to go. You've walked so many inner miles, through forests of thoughts, across deserts of memory, into caves of emotion where echoes of your past called you by name. And now, you arrive here. On a bed, with your body heavy, your heart soft, your mind tired from trying to be good. There is no enlightenment to reach, because the light was never somewhere else. It's been glowing under your tiredness, beneath your plans, behind your effort. You've mistaken effort for sincerity, but a flower does not bloom by trying harder. It opens when the sun tells it, you're safe now. Let this night be your sun. Let it whisper to the deepest parts of you. You're safe now. You may stop. You may sleep. Even your doubts may curl beside you. Even your confusion may rest its head. No part of you needs to stay awake to prove your worth. You are not a monk because you meditate. You are not holy because you understand. You are sacred because you are here, honest and human, and ready to surrender. And that surrender is more beautiful than all the enlightenment stories combined. Because you're not performing stillness, you're entering it. You're not reciting silence. You're becoming it. You're not learning peace. You're letting it hold you without explanation. And yes, it might feel like failure to close your eyes without closure, to fall asleep without answers, to rest while the world keeps spinning. But look again, that monk, snoring softly on the temple floor, taught a deeper truth than the scrolls ever did. That you don't need to stay awake to arrive at what matters. Sometimes, you only need to trust that you'll be carried there in your sleep. So now, breathe, not to control, not to center, not to do anything at all. Just breathe. Let your chest rise like the tide before dawn. Let your hands fall open like petals releasing rain. Let your forehead smooth like clouds that have forgotten their storm. This is the final bow, the last koan. And the answer? The answer is your heartbeat slowing into stillness. The answer is your breath no longer performing. The answer is you, sleeping, not missing anything, not escaping anything, just being. And being is enough. The master watched the monk until the sun had risen, and when the others gathered again to ask for more teachings, he simply said, "Shh," and pointed to the sound of someone dreaming. There is a kind of beauty that only comes after endings. Not the beauty that dazzles, but the beauty that steadies, that sits beside you in the quiet and asks for nothing but your presence. This is the story of that kind of beauty, the story of the lotus that bloomed in the mud of goodbye. Once, there was a monk who fell in love, not with a person but with a season. Spring had come early that year. The plum blossoms opened before anyone expected them. The air smelled like returning. The sun touched everything like a mother who missed her child. And the monk, though silent, felt something stir. He would sit beneath the same tree each morning, watching a single blossom open more and more each day. He gave it no name. He asked for nothing. But in his chest, something softened. It felt like remembering something he never knew he forgot. But spring, as all things do, began to leave. The blossoms fell, carried by wind and time, and one morning when he returned to the tree, it was bare. He sat anyway. No flower, no fragrance, no returning, just breath and grief. You know this moment, not just in theory but in your body. The day they stopped calling, the hour the door closed. The minute you realized what you loved was no longer yours to hold. And maybe you've wondered if something bloomed in you only to wither. If the softness you found was just a season. If the love was real at all. But the monk sat anyway, not because the tree was full, but because it had given him something he could never unknow. Even in loss, something had awakened. Even in silence, something was still singing. And so he closed his eyes and let the ache breathe. He did not cling to the flower. He did not curse the wind. He simply bowed to the cycle that had carried him here. That's when he felt it, a warmth in his chest. Not a memory, but a seed. The blossom was gone, but the blooming had begun inside him. It is possible to lose what you love and still carry the bloom. It is possible to say goodbye and still grow. You may not see it right away. The pain is real. The emptiness is not pretend. The silence is not symbolic. It is silence. But beneath it, something begins to stretch. Not upward, but inward. And in time, what once felt like a grave becomes a garden. You are not here because everything went right. You are here because even when it fell apart, you didn't. You stayed, you breathed, you wept without collapsing, you mourned without becoming the wound. And that is how the lotus grows, not in perfect water, but in mud, in stillness, in what is left behind. That is where your peace begins. Not by forgetting the goodbye, but by letting it mean more than just loss. Let it mean awakening. Let it mean soft roots. Let it mean that even without them, you are still unfolding. Because you are. Every night you return to breath. Every time you sleep without needing answers. Every moment you forgive what cannot be fixed. You are blooming. Let this truth settle in your body tonight. You have not failed. You have flowered. You have not lost your way. You have grown roots beneath the silence. And now, as the night deepens, you may stop asking what could have been. It has already become what it was meant to be. The lotus in your chest. There is no need to revisit the story. You've lived it enough. You've walked through memory like a forest in fog, trying to find what you could have said, what they should have done, where it all slipped from your hands. But tonight, you don't need to gather what is already gone. You need only sit beside what remains. Not in the world, but in you. The flower is gone, but the fragrance lingers. The hand is gone, but the warmth remains. The goodbye was real, but so is the blooming. And that blooming, it didn't come from love fulfilled. It came from love endured. Love that stayed even when there was no one to give it to. Love that held even as the story unraveled. Love that, when left alone, didn't vanish, it transformed. Into presence, into patience, into the sacred vow to never abandon yourself again. This is the lotus that grew in goodbye, the one that doesn't wilt with the past, the one that doesn't close just because the door did. It rises quietly from the silence you finally stopped filling. And now, you no longer need the story to feel whole. You no longer need the ending to understand the gift. You no longer need to be remembered to remember who you are. They do not have to come back for you to bloom. The pain was real, but so was the growth. You bowed to what left, and that bow became the soil of your peace. So rest now, not because you escaped heartbreak, but because you walked through it. Because you kept loving without needing reward. Because you stayed open when the world asked you to close. Sleep now as one who has bloomed, not despite the goodbye, but because of it. You are the field that grew where there was nothing. You are the silence that began singing. You are the moon that rose when no one was watching. And still you shine. Let that be enough tonight. Let that be the closing of this chapter. Not the end, but the soft return to something eternal. Place your hands over your chest, if you wish. Feel the breath. Feel the space, and say nothing, because the blooming needs no witness. It is already happening, and it will continue whether seen or not, whether named or not, whether they ever knew what they meant to you or not, because what they gave has turned into something else now. Not attachment, not regret, but a flower. And that flower is not for them, it is for you. Breathe now, as if the petals are opening with every inhale. Breathe now, as if the roots are anchoring deeper into the night. Breathe now, as if the softest part of you is finally safe to grow. This is your closing and your beginning. This is the place where goodbye becomes grace. And this is how the story ends. Not in loss, but in light. The lotus still blooming in the quiet you thought would break you. The lotus that only opened because you let it hurt without letting it harden you. You may sleep now. You have already won. There is a moment so quiet, you don't know if it belongs to you or the sky. A breath so still, you forget who is breathing. A thought so faint, it bows as it arrives and disappears before it speaks. This is where we have arrived, not at the peak, but at the dissolving. You came all this way for something you could never touch, and now that you are still enough, you can hear it. A whisper, It does not come from your teacher. It does not come from the story. It does not even come from the breath. It comes from the place before breath, before questions, before name. The whisper says, what you were chasing was silence all along. You searched for meaning. You endured the ache. You clung to thoughts like lanterns in a storm. But meaning was not the gift. The ache was not the proof. The thought was not the teacher. The silence was. It waited behind every teaching. It stood beneath every grief. It walked beside you while you wandered through the echo of your own voice, trying to make sense of life. And now, as everything softens, you may finally hear it. The truth that cannot be said, the truth that never needed your mind to be known. You are not the one thinking. You are the one before thought. You are not the seeker. You are the silence the seeker dissolves into. And in this silence, there is no question left to ask, because the one who asked is gone, not in death, but in return. The return to what always was, before the fear, before the stories, before the mind began its dance. You are the space between the dance steps, the witness who no longer needs to watch. The bell after the sound has faded, the ripple after the stone has fallen. This is not a conclusion. It is a disappearance, not a loss, but a soft merging into night, into stillness, into the you that never spoke because it never needed to. The master once said, "You are like a finger pointing to the moon," but the moon was always shining behind your gesture. Now the gesture falls away, the hand opens, the thought quiets, the moon remains. You no longer need to reach, you no longer need to name, you no longer need to know. The whisper was not an answer, it was the breath before the question. And now you are that breath. Float here. Do not analyze, do not capture, do not hold, just float. You are the air now, the sky, the candle's final flicker before it becomes smoke. No one can teach you this, because there is no you left to teach. There is only what remains when all seeking ends. Stillness without student, silence without self. It may feel like a kind of death, but it is not an ending. It is the release of everything you mistook for you. And what remains is peace. There is no doorway left to pass through, because the wall between you and silence has vanished. There is no enlightenment left to reach. Because the light you were seeking was never ahead of you, it was always behind the noise. There is nothing left to heal, because even healing requires a wound to hold on to. And now, even that has dropped away. All that remains is what cannot be taken. This moment, this breath, this quiet that asks for no permission and makes no claim to be yours. It just is, and so are you. Not as the one who survived, not as the one who understands, not as the one who came all this way, but as the one who has disappeared into the thing they've always been. Like a wave realizing it is the sea, like a flame forgetting it was ever separate from the fire, like the name being gently erased from the mirror, and the mirror still reflects. You no longer need to define, no longer need to hold on to who you were before sleep. Sleep is not absence. Sleep is union, the small self melting back into the wide self, the thinker resting in the arms of the knowing that has no voice. Even now, if a thought arises, watch it bow. See how it does not stay, because even the thoughts are ready to leave you in peace. You have become uninteresting to your mind, because you are no longer grasping, no longer judging, no longer asking it to perform. You are free. And so, the mind dissolves, like sugar in warm tea, like moonlight in dawn, like breath in the wind. There is no more to do, no final gate to pass. You are not crossing into peace. You are the peace that all gates lead toward. And now you can sleep as one who has returned, not to knowledge, not to control, but to silence. The silence before identity, the silence after thought, the silence that always loved you but waited patiently for you to stop trying to earn it. It needs no offering, no discipline, no mantra. It just needs your surrender. And now, you have given it. The master once whispered on the last night of his life, "When I stopped needing to know who I was, I finally remembered." Let this be your remembering, not of a name, not of a path, but of the space where everything you ever searched for was already softly breathing, here, with you, as you. Now, let even these words fade. Let the sound become a thread that unwinds you. Let the final thought soften at the edges and dissolve into the night. And in the silence that remains, feel this. You were always this still. You were always this whole. And you were always already home. Sleep now as one who has nothing left to seek, because there is nothing left to find. Only this, only now, only the breath before the mind disappears. You have come to the end, but there is no edge here. Only the soft folding in of all that once reached outward. This is not a conclusion. It is a return. The monk stands at the gate, but he does not speak. He only bows. And you understand why. Because there are no words left that need to be carried. No lessons left that must be remembered. You have heard the stories. You have breathed them in, carried their weight, wept their truths, released their echoes. And now you are empty of everything you were never meant to hold. The karma is complete. Not because you fixed it all, not because you understood it, but because you let go. You walked through the fire and stopped asking what it meant. You touched the ache and stopped needing it to explain itself. You sat beside your thoughts until they became smoke. And now, nothing is chasing you. Nothing is left unresolved. The circle does not close with knowledge. It closes with stillness. And you are still. Even your questions have bowed. Even your fears have grown quiet. What remains is not emptiness, but peace. The kind of peace that comes when nothing more is owed. Not to them, not to the past, not to your own becoming. You do not need to earn this rest. It is your birthright. It has always been waiting. And tonight, you have arrived. There is no more karma to undo, no more thoughts to correct, no more waiting to become ready. You are already the silence the stories pointed to. You are already the temple you were kneeling before. You are already the answer you once begged the sky for. And now, the sky is inside you. Vast, wordless, still, sleep as one who has come full circle. Not as the seeker, but as the sacred. You may let go now, fully. Let the body soften like soil after rain. Let the breath slow like a bell fading across a valley. Let the heart open without needing anyone to see it. No one is watching. There is nothing to perform, not even peace. Only this, a moment too quiet to define, too whole to hold. This is the gift, not awakening, but surrender. Not power, but release. Not knowing, but resting in what doesn't need to be known. You have given enough. You have wept enough. You have wandered enough. And now, you have returned. To the breath, to the body, to the space that never left you even once. Let this night be the seal. Let it wrap you in what cannot be explained. Let it cradle you like the arms of a master who never judged you, not even once. Let it whisper, "You may stop now. The karma is complete." You may close your eyes, not to escape, but to arrive. You may disappear, not to vanish, but to become what you've always been. And when the morning comes, if it does, you will rise not as the old self, not as the broken seeker, but as one who touched something sacred in the dark. But for now, sleep. Let the silence have you. Let the stories be stories. Let the heart be light. and let the last thought bow before dissolving into peace. Sleep now. You have done everything you came here to do.